Hello, chat. Give me a moment. I am having some technical issues here. One moment. I'll give you some music while you wait. But welcome to the office hours, ladies and gentlemen. Continue. Continue. You'll see my face here in just a moment. Do. There we go. Yes. Go. Ha. Oh, no. Ha. Ha. Hoo. Ha. All right. There we go. Now I'm going to get you some tunage. Don't go anywhere, chat. Don't go anywhere, chat. I'll be right back. No way. They have a Yakuza TV show? Like the game Yakuza? That's fucking great. All right. Oh, that's great. Hello, my name is Paul Berserker01, Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender here at the AstroPub, your space bar at the end of Twitch. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. Let me change the colors a little bit. A bunch of stuff got reset because we had a power outage here. Yep, it did. There we go. Right. I am dark.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers.
No PPUs.
But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
Chaos just resubscribed for 13 months. Good morning.
Thank you so
Laughing
much.
Face.
How you doing there, Chaos Waz? You're a very important power, very impressive, Mr. Very Media Pedestrian. This is your fault. The resort drinking out. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. By the way, Astro, Tomato called you Lorstradamus at the end of the last Lunch with Goods podcast. Really glad the nickname continues to stick. Hey, Salty. So yeah, no, that's so. For those of you who don't know, if you don't know the story behind Space Tomato was a content consumer long before he was a content creator. He was a regular here. He watched all the time. He participated in chat a lot, and then he became a content creator shortly afterwards. His wife actually encouraged him to do it. So, yeah, he's known me for a while. What I say, Red Marine, is you're a very important pupper. Very impressive pisser, very inebriated pedestrian. This is your fault. You're the reason why I drink at night. I just say it fast because I think it's funny. How y'all doing? How am I? Could be better. But I'm glad that ISC is back, at least, even if it's probably not a big ISC. And the monthly report. It's good double whammy.
It's really great to be a citizen right now.
In a word,
And IE's dominating that. All right. Hey, Black Intellect, how you doing, buddy? Yeah. 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 I get the feeling. I understand. Actively seeking distractions. Yes. I understand that. And I will be your distraction. Hi, I'm Paul. It's going better now that there's a monthly report out, that's for sure. All right. Can't wait for my Starlancer and Polaris in a few weeks. It'll be interesting, for sure. I will say, the schadenfreude of people complaining on the IAE launch video. In fact, I'm gonna fuck it. Let's shame some motherfuckers. All right. Welcome to the latest edition of Bottom of the Barrel. For those of you who don't know, my Bottom of the Barrel segment of these is always where I look at some of the hottest trash takes from Star Citizen community, usually conspiracy theories and other sort of assorted nonsense created by people who will literally do anything other than go to therapy. I was 7 to 19 years old between 1980 and 1992. Did I bring that up? Something I'm trying to remember. I maybe was in the wrong chat. Yeah, we're not gonna talk about that too much there, Renwan. I'll just say that. I'm sorry. What is this about me? You are not hot trash. Don't say it, Paul. Don't say it. Fuck it. To be hot trash, you have to be hot first. I'm sorry. I was just typing that. All right. So this one's great. I'm gonna give it an upvote. The servers are gonna be fire. That's a good stuff. Gotta love this. What's the point? Whale milk is the best. By the way, these are the top upvoted comments of the entire thing. Oh, you gotta love this. This is the common top comment from Mustard Skaven. If there's ever time to vote with your wallet to put pressure on CIG to fix the game and treat the community better, it's this IAE. Yes, you heard it from Mustard Skaven. We need to put pressure on community, on the communities. Put pressure on CIG for this IAE to fix the game, because if you don't give them money, CIG will be forced to fix the game. But what? Hold on. I'm getting new word. If CIG doesn't get money, they shut down. Oh. I guess he just doesn't care. Who knows? Hey, X. Please stabilize the game so we can log in. And then, of course, it's Grim with the coolest take. Oh, I love this one. No, absolutely no punctuation. I'm skipping this IAE, no space, comma. I've, lowercase I, made it a goal to not give a single dollar until they deliver every single feature they promised. You should do the same, comma, no space. CIG needs a reality check ASAP before the marketing department ruin the end product. Will the game work? This is not a video game. Save the date for what? Oh, this is the one I saw earlier, which is really good. I guess there's no point in getting big ships yet now. Yes, this dev said no NPC crew until release and no NPC driven system, so most backer ships are useless now. My brother or sister or whoever, just get some fucking friends. Like, what the fuck are you? What are you? Thank you, Carl Joseph. Oh, I love it. I love it. Can't wait to build new backers with 12 years speculative alpha. Oof, classic. More marketing, no gameplay. Fix the servers. I've learned NPC crew development hasn't been the priority and won't be anytime soon. Star Citizen's no longer the game I was looking forward to. NPC crew technology has been the key element that made many backers expect Star Citizen to be something innovative and different from other games. ... Or if they hadn't sparked such imagination, believe they wouldn't have had a quarter of the current numbers of concierge numbers. I really hope CIG is honest about the current state of the game, reality of NPC crew development before IAE. That way, the backers can face the facts and understand directions of this project, which I believe is fair, right for marketing, informed purchase decisions. Yes, 100%.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Victura just resubscribed for 51 months. Lieutenant.
Okay, let me double check to see what's going on here. Properties, Twitch alerts, monitor only. It shouldn't be going twice. Okay, I think I fixed it. Thank you so much, Victoria. Oh, how long was that? For 51 months. You're very important, Papa. Very impressive. Mr. Very pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. All right, we're mining super chat. When I really don't like what a company is doing something, I move on. I don't stay and bang my head against the wall. If these people want to provide entertainment, fine. Get some popcorn. Exactly. Another empty promise. Old boy. It also says, I wish they had a refund option. Old boy, they have a refund option in 30 days. And also, the promise is that IAE is coming out on November 22nd. That's the... Wow. Oh, and Avenger 1 is even in this. Let's shame some Avenger right here. Look how fast they fly in the trailer. I wish we could play a game like that. Avenger, they can fly that fast in the game. It's also a camera, my dude. Chris Roberts needs to decline. Wallet closed for IAE. Fix the flight model. It's been broken for over a year now. Oh, the Master Modes! Master Modes comment! Woo! We've won. We're done, chat. Fix your damn servers. No more money for bug citizen. Fix your game. Compensate betrayed backers. Ooh, betrayed backers. I love that. Oh, Silky. Silky, I'm gonna have to do this. Please fix the server stable for the event. Even shut down the PTU Evo test if need be. You know that's not how this works, my dude. You know how this route works. Ooh, I love a console conspiracy. Man, we are hitting all of the high ones. Change the skybox. Next, someone's gonna tell me that. Oh gosh, what's another good one? Server meshing doesn't work. Where's the server meshing doesn't work? Put a bit more sky above the clouds. They shouldn't be on the edge of space. Okay, it's just it's a comment. Cash cows coming. Yeah, there we go. Server melting. There you go, Windlord. Thank you for that. Some of these are regulars in my comments. Hi. Stop being salty, y'all. Like, please. And Togar. Togar used to be a regular. Then I had to ban him for being a bitch about stuff. All right. We're coming out of combat flight speed? Yes. I'm the Corsair of Galaxy. You know, you hit top intellectual, like, you know, absolute peak intellectual stuff when you look at the comments of a YouTube video. By the way, comment down below if you've gotten this far in the video. Jared, I'm sorry, Dave, I know you're watching this, Dave, while you're at work because you need something in the background. Don't talk, don't turn around, don't look at the computer like that. Okay, don't worry about it. Your boss isn't around you. You're fine. You've got your chai mocha latte in front of you. You got a nice donut. You're ready to do some coding. It's fine. But Dave, if you're gonna comment down below, say, holy shit, he called me out. Only cool kids do that. Dave on blast. I can't allow you to do it, Dave. Can't wait for the players' torps to be non-pilot controlled and see everyone lose their minds. I think they're pilot controlled at least in this patch. Joke's on you, it's a pumpkin spice latte. And this is mocha. I get my most intellectual comments from IGN video review comment section. Okay, before we move on, I do want to show you this. So that's actually a good point. IGN Squadron.
You can take away
42.
my spaceship. You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
No doubling?
M Walker 300 just resubscribed for 20 months. How many more times am I going to have to change my keybinds before 1.0?
Yes. Thank you so much for that 20 months of support. You're a very important pupper, very impressive Mr. Venue, the pedestrian. This is your fault. You're drinking night. Shots and cheers in chat. You know, shots and cheers. That's a question I can't answer for you, because maybe you just get tired of like F being the interaction key, and you decide to change it to, you know, get spicy and change it to like V. You control the buttons you press. Ugh. And which buttons are mapped to where. So this is the IGN Squadron 42 gameplay reveal. Okay, that's CitizenCon. There are 7,757 comments. There's a really big like to dislike trailer ratio. And you'll see this, because I've been saying this for a while, that Squadron 42 has the potential to get people into Squadron 42. Like, Squadron 42 doesn't have the baggage that Star Citizen has. It has a potential to really sink it in. And I think Gin and Tonic pointed this out as well fairly recently, that, like, if you Google Squadron, there's almost nothing connecting it to Star Citizen. It's just Squadron. There's very few like negative views of Squadron. It's mostly just informative. So if you look here, most of these people don't know what the fuck's that Squadron 42 and Star Citizen are the same game. Like jawing about Gary Oldman, Mark Hamill, Henry Cavill, Gillian Anderson, Mark Strong. First time I've read an IGN comments. Yes, this is toxic as hell, right? Except for one guy who keeps commenting lies. Because this ain't Star Citizen. See? Thank you, Declare. Thank you, Declare. Pop this up a little bit more. And everyone correcting them. This space battle passes more movies. Please don't fuck this. So talent is true. I want to see this game succeed. Man, okay. Gary Oldman. I have not seen any negative comment. People saying that I've been playing gaming for 40 years. The theme, gameplay reveal, okay. Has more action than 90% of modern Hollywood releases. Probably the best thing I've ever seen in a game. Look, there is literally nobody. So 12 years, $600 million for this? I'd buy it. I buy it. Look at that. Look at that. Not a single fucking calling out Bethesda in the comments. I'm not finding absolutely any fucking thing negative in these comments. Not even kind of like could possibly be negative. Lots of alto health. Yeah, of course. Fucking brick comes in like that, clearly. I see you. You can't hide because they took away your dev tag.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit.
Suits.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No PPUs.
But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
Cow Tipper Virus just resubscribed for 2 months. Anybody know where quasi grazers are? It's important to me I find them.
Cow Tipper Virus on name on point. Does anyone know where quasi grazers are? It's important for me to find them. You're a very important pupper, very impressive, but very new to Desiree. Thank you for that 2 months of support. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Quasi grazer Tipper Virus. Oh, fuck, man. All right, so like I wanted to show that off because we're just reading the comments. I was like, oh, I know what it is. I wanted to see this because CIG has the potential to absolutely land this game. It has a lot of like the actors, the action, the pacing.
You can take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No PPUs.
But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Alia_and_Goten just resubscribed for 8 months.
Thank you so much there, Aaliyah and Gotten. You're a very important pub, very impressive, very pedestrian. This is your fault. There's good night. Shots and cheers and chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. It's all right. Thank you for the 8 months. Can you mail a silver/gold tooth? You'd look pretty badass. I'm gonna get a regular tooth. It'll be in there in February. Anywho, yeah, I think Siege can land it. The big key, of course, is plenty of games are really good at the beginning, and then they kind of drag and fall off, and then people don't like them anymore. Like, 30 hours seems like, for a lot of people, doesn't seem like a lot, but 30 hours is a fuck ton of time. Like, most shooter campaigns are between 4 and 6 hours.
Sandy Sanderson just gifted 5 subs.
Oh, after this week, we need to spread some goodness. Thank you, Sandy, for that. Five subs. You're very important, very impressive, Mr. Very pedestrian. This is your fault. There's no drinking night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Thank you for that. And the biddies. Oh, no, there's no biddies. It just says cheer for the biddies. It's level 3. Woof. Yeah, and the announcement that GTA is going to be releasing in the fall of 2025 is good. Is good. It's very good.
Hey, a tip!
Akal, super chatted $20. The book was good. Munkin has it now. Carrot.
Hey, Ackland, thank you so much for that $20. The book was good. Munkin has it now. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Cam, for those of you who know, my wife is an author, a published author. She had her first published book, professionally published book, was released earlier this year. I think, yeah, earlier this year. It was like April of this year. It's called Panic Eyes by Camilla Shelley. You can find it on Amazon, Books A Million, Barnes & Noble, pretty much anywhere that good books are sold. So it's going to get delayed. Don't count it on 25 in GTA. Well, apparently this is from insider sources at Rockstar through Jason Schreier, and he's the last video game journo I trust. Level 3 time to pick your class specialization, Astro. Do you think there'll be a romance scenes in the Idris? No. Nope, you are not going to clap Ronan Mitras cheeks. Now, does that mean that someone is not going to mod it in? Oh, yes, someone's going to mod that in at some point. The CEO just confirmed it. Oh, okay. Thank you, Dale. That's true. They can plan for it, but I do think that Rockstar probably is going to hit that goal. They've been burning devs enough to get it done. Lore accurate. He can't romance the long barrel of an Idris. No commercial yet. What do you mean commercial? Love to see Hurston temps at 0 degrees Celsius. Ooh. It's still up. I'm going to leave it up there till the end of the month. Wait, it is the end of the month. I'll leave it up until the end of the week. The Cal Mason Henry Cavill mod will be quite interesting for some after the intimacy mod is added. Seems like hell is freezing over. Put him because Hurston's at 0 degrees temperature. I get it. I get it. We won't see the Polaris commercial until, if maybe ever, but definitely not until it comes out in IE. Give me that Jax romance. Rockstar have said something curious. They say GTA 6 and Borderlands 4 will not launch close together to each other. They're both launched by the same company. Was there a Borderlands 4 announcement? Cal realized when Ryan said, "Form up, Cal, you've got point." What he really meant was, "I love you." Okay, I did not read that as Borderlands, Miles. You have to be careful when you use the abbreviation BL, especially with the conversation that's going on in chat. Real G's know this, okay? Just don't. I almost said it myself. I'm like, oh. Listen, it goes across cultural barriers there, Omega. BL is an international phenomenon. I thought it was Bear Love. Not too far off, honestly. It's like MW. Everyone knows it stands for Mech Warrior, but a few simple fools disagree. Exactly. Does Rockstar have a deal with the PS5 Pro sales? I don't know. I've heard rumors swirling in the industry that Sony fucked up a lot of dev releases because they wanted to make it compatible with PS5 Pro. That was the rumor that was going around about Squadron 42. One of the reasons why it was delayed was because it needs to be compatible with the PS5 Pro, which sounds right, but then that means that they'd have a team that's optimizing the game for consoles, and there's no evidence of that. Unless, when we get the Squadron 42 report, we start seeing that. There's just nothing like that. I don't think Rockstar will do a deal with PS5. Yeah. I'm so sorry. You may be bombarded with super chats. I was trying to ask you something, and it charged me 3 times and still hasn't sent the message. What the fuck? Cancel those, dude. Cancel them if you can. What's the question, Dark Tidings?
You can take away my spaceship.
Altzilla.
You can take away my space suit.
Zoot.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
Thank you so much for that. Becoming a VIP there, Altzilla. You're a very important pub. We're very impressive for any pedestrian. This your fault. There was no drinking that. Shots and cheers and chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. All I was going to ask is, what is the lore of the picture behind your head? That is Bloom in Pyro. You see, for years now, while you poor saps have been stuck in Stanton, I've been kicking it easy back in Pyro. Now they've opened the fucking jump point, and every fucking tourist and their motherfucking mother is coming across this goddamn place. I'm fucking tired of it. It's ruining the goddamn vibes. Did you know Starchitect is a portmanteau to describe the architects whose celebrity and critical acclaim have transformed them into idols in the architecture world? Is it actually? Literally gate kept. Exactly. Don't stand in my pyro. There's a famous like quote around here in Texas. It's like you left California to because you didn't like it. Don't bring that shit here. That's what I am. That's what I'm doing. Noted NIMBY, indeed. Bloom, I feel like the community should call it HDR. No, it's motion blur. The planet of motion blur. Rockstar went to deal with Sony because GTA 6 is a cultural gaming phenomenon, as COD and Rockstar can give Sony the finger and get away with it. Yeah, they have to come to them. Bit off topic, but they announced the new Star Wars trilogy and the Mass Effect Amazon TV series. Not only did they announce the Amazon TV series, they announced the producers, the writer, and the director. So the writer, if I remember correctly, is he doesn't have great credentials. Daniel Casey, who wrote pulling him up right now. He's British. He wrote, that's the wrong one. Wrong Daniel Casey. There we go. He wrote Fast and the Furious 9. He wrote Kin and War Driver. Dead Man's Hour, Butcher's Daughter, The Passage. None of his stuff has gone above a 8 in terms of stars, in terms of like on IMDb at least. He didn't write 10 Cloverfield Lane though. He wrote Fast 9, Kin, Drone, Dead Man's Hour, Butcher's Daughter, Death of Michael Smith, Secrets of Fenville, and The Passage. Or The Passage is okay. Yeah. Oh, he wrote 10 on Cloverfield Lane. That was actually really good. Yeah. Oh, Kin. I know what Kin was. That looked okay. I get why it's kind of lower. Kin was the one where like a kid accidentally gets a alien gun. Specifically, a black kid gets an alien gun in a very shitty neighborhood. And yeah. You can tell where that's gonna go. It gave me vibes of Jump the Block. Was that what the one? With the actor who was in the new Star Wars films? There's more depth in Kin than you think. Have you watched it? It was good? You liked it? Okay, I'll have to check it out if it's on like Amazon or something like that. Pyro has some pretty locations and some pretty desolate looking places. I love the desolate places. Yeah. Some good actors in there. In Kin? Who are the actors? I'm looking through the cast. Miles Truitt, Jack Rayner. Oh, Zoe Kravitz is in it. Dennis Quaid's in it. James Franco's in it. Carrie Coon, Gavin Fox, Ian Matthews, Stephanie Garneau-Martin, Lucas Penner, Carly Beverly, Lily Gao, Michael B. Jordan. Oh, Michael B. Jordan. Khalid Karm. Not bad. About the same going in. What was it? Attack the Block. That's what I was thinking. There's John Boyega in it. That was that British one. Leon Jones, Alex Smil, Jodie Whittaker. That was a lot more humor. I didn't see Kin as like a as humor, like a joke. I saw it much more. Kid is pretty good. Sleeper sci-fi, good stuff. Gets lost in all the Marvel and Star Wars noise. Wait, he wrote... Is he uncredited on Days of Future Past? Now that everyone's saying me Kin is good, I might actually be pretty good. That was the only one I was a little worried about, because the executive producer was Kareem Zarek. And Kareem Zarek was the guy who did National Treasure, the Daredevil series, the Defenders TV show. Okay. Did Jessica Jones, did the Punisher television show, also Iron Fist and Luke Cage, but yeah, like they did some pretty good executive producing roles. They produced some good stuff. Yeah, and was part of the original National Treasure, so. Oh, fun story. My girlfriend is a troll. She somehow stole an Idris and used it as a railgun to blow me up while I was mining last night. Marry that woman. Darsh is entirely right there. Names belong to no one. You put a ring on that woman's finger. Right the fuck now. You let her go. You fucked up so hard. Rebel Moon was dog shit. I wanted it to be good. I wanted Rebel Moon to be good because we're so lacking in original IPs for science fiction. Put a pasta on it. At some point, I need to sit down with Nightcob and do a video just talking about sci-fi movies. I don't know where the fuck we're gonna do that or what we're gonna do. We might just do it as a sit down. Be like, hey, this is a captain's table. We talked about nothing about Star Citizen. We just talk about sci-fi for fucking ever. Watched the Wing Commander the movie when I was in Ultimate Hype. Woof, it was bad. I still maintain that the Wing Commander movie is good if you come in expecting cheese. I saw it like on television after it aired, like in the early 2000s. It was one of those like that would play on the Sci-Fi channel on like a Sunday night kind of thing. And so I watched it then. That's how I first watched it. And I was like, oh, this is neat. I wonder if this has anything to do with the video game. And discovered it is in fact from the video game. And I was like, oh, this is fun. And then I found out everyone hated it. And I was like, but the broadside scene. The broadside scene is cool as fuck. Jack in the Box on 3? Come on, man. Are the effects bad? Yes. Are the Karathi cheesy as fuck? Yes. Could they have been better? Yeah. But I'm gonna sit you all down. No, all right. You older members of the community, so like 90% of you. Here's your come to Chris Roberts moment. The Kilrathi were always corny. They're giant lions in furry suits. They were never cool. Hobbs was just a really well-written character. But why? Why can't sci-fi IPs be serious? Some of them can be. And just because it's campy doesn't mean it's not serious. Campy just means that it has an aesthetic. The original Star Trek was campy because it was kind of from its time. But it was, like, the original Star Trek was never going to be Twilight Zone, which has a lot more serious tones. But even Twilight Zone has some really off-the-wall, funky episodes. They're the best villains, and you know it. They're Japanese. They're Japanese, like rip-off Japanese, like furry lions. Chris had the same problem that everyone in the '90s did, which was he was in love with like anime and cyberpunk and like World War II. So he made a World War II in space game where the stand-in for the Japanese were space lions. George Lucas did sort of World War II in space, but he was pulling more from the Vietnam War and from the Roman Empire. Yeah, that's true. He also did a lot of Kurosawa because he was a huge Kurosawa fan. That's different. There's a completely difference. When a guy loves a director and copies them, that's one thing. He's also a big fan of what's that French comic book that was made into a movie recently by the same guy who did recently? It's probably like 10 years ago. The same guy who did Fifth Element. Valerian, yes. He was a huge fan of Valerian because he just stole many of the ideas for Star Wars from Valerian. Luc Besson, is that the name of the director? Probably one of the best sci-fi directors of all time. If that's who it is, Luc Besson who did Fifth Element. That man's entire like filmography, his style is so vivid. Like, I like dark, washed out sci-fi as much as the next person, but I also like fucking bright as shit sci-fi. Give me sci-fi where it's just like I look like I've taken acid. You know, it seems like I've taken acid and all the colors are so bright and vivid. But you got to do it right, because if you do oversaturation, it just looks like a cartoon. Just make a cartoon at that point. But you got to do it with the right bold color choices. And his eye for color is mwah. John Carter was good. John Carter wasn't what Disney threw the money into, that pit, but Luc Besson was the director, yeah. He just hires Mobius for everything. Mobius is another that's the like comic book artist, right? Sci-fi Galaxy Quest is another example of that sort of vivid science fiction. Yeah. Guardians of the Galaxy is good too. Yeah. Sometimes the brightest sci-fi can be the darkest in terms of tone. It typically is. Like, if you actually watch Fifth Element, it's dark. That shit's really dark, but it's also goofy. But it's goofy in the right way. It's goofy in the sort of parody sense where it's trying to make fun of the universe it's in. Had you not seen it before, Night Cobb? It is one of the best unofficial Star Trek movies. Hey, Chops. There's a PDC compilation of The Expanse on YouTube somewhere. Do you think Star Citizen will get as crazy as that? Possibly. Depends if they want to do the tracers. Because the reason why people love the PDC's firing is because those like almost hypnotic tracer fire. I'd seen it just not in a while. Yeah. He said again. Okay. I still say William Shire is the most fucked up level in Diablo 3, and that cute, happy visual sounds coupled with all the blood. Yeah. The Star Trek movies tried that. Yeah. That's because, like, similar style of tone, though. I keep having to look up his name. I still feel so bad. It's V something. Verhoeven. There you go. Paul Verhoeven. All of his movies are like that. And you know all of his movies are like that because you've seen most of his movies. He's famous for like Starship Troopers, but he also did RoboCop, Total Recall, Basic Instinct, and Showgirls. Oh, fuck, I didn't know that. He also did Hollow Man. Did I miss anything? We're just talking about science fiction. Because someone was talking about how the Mass Effect show is coming out, and we talked about how Wing Commander was bad, and I was like, I don't think Wing Commander is bad. It just had the wrong expectations. People came into the Wing Commander movie expecting the level of world building and like acting and everything else that they got from the Wing Commander video game, and instead they got schlock 1999 space action film. It was sloppy writing. Oh no, it was ham as fuck. Like that thing, they were hamming it the fuck up. Did Chris write it himself? Cover the Idris with Sea-Wiz and watch it start to track Genesis Starliner. The famous video of the Sea-Wiz tracking the on a naval vessel. It's tracking a civilian airliner with a guy in the back going like, no, and it was just like. Treating it like a bad dog that was about to commit a war crime. Squad 40 is Roberts' do-over for the Wing Commander movie. Roberts was involved in it, but based off of what I understand, Dave wrote it. Dave Haddock was the main writer for it. And considering Dave didn't have a ton of like professional experience as a writer before that, having immersed myself in the universe he created with Chris and Ben over the last 10 years, he's a pretty good writer. He's a pretty good writer. Dialogue's pretty good. He was a assistant on Outlander. Hey, how you doing, Knowledge? Remember the movie RoboCop when the corporate America aids criminals and helps incite riots so they can lower property values and buy up the city while privatizing the city's police forces? Haha, science fiction is crazy. People didn't realize that, like, Verhoeven writes nothing but scathing critiques of America. All of his movies are about how America kind of sucks. He just does it in different ways. And he also really loves sex. That man loves sex in a way that is, like, not healthy, because he's not he doesn't want to make sex interesting or fun. He wants sex to be like a horror movie. He wants to make sex sexy in the same way that people like to watch gore in horror movies. You kind of gawk and be like, what the fuck am I watching? In the name of the rose? Now I'm curious if there was lore of people who were like the character Producer the Shooter played. Yes, I actually posted on Blue Sky that the PDSs are in. They're on apparently they're on the Phoenix, the 890, and the Idris. Verhoeven is a really, really messed up man, but also very interesting. Do you think Gary Oldman even knows he has lots of Star Citizen fans? No, and none of you fucking creep him out about it, okay? If you happen to come across Gary Oldman in the street, just nod to him and say, Bishop, and then walk away. Do not say anything else. He's an Academy Award winner. Let the man rest, okay? Outland with Sean Connery, also a fantastic show. Not that Outland. Outlander with why am I blanking on his name? Jack Houston, the guy who plays Cal Mason. Maybe Verhoeven puts sex and nudity in his movies in an absurdist manner. He does. Like Showgirls, he even said in an interview about Showgirls that he made Showgirls to make the most unsexy movie about sex. He wanted to make a movie that was completely devoid of sex, that it was like sex if it were corporate garbage. Yes, I know, Space Beowulf, yeah. Consolidated Outlander. I always mix it up. Jack Houston and Thomas Jane. I swear they're brothers. Man, I would be so happy if if Chris managed to get Thomas Jane in. So most movies with sex in them. No, not even like most movies with sex in them. It's like tropey, and it's, you know, at worst it's there because boobs, and at best it's there because you gotta have a romance plot kind of thing. Like Verhoeven's approach to sex is like, we're going to shoot sex like it's not like it's a car commercial, but like it's a commercial for a medicine. There's a great quote from my my acting professor who used to say, you can take the two most beautiful people in the world and have them and film them having sex, and it can be the most unsexy thing you have ever seen. And then you can take an apple, and with the right angles, it can be the most erotic thing you've ever witnessed. Because lighting and angles are the things that matter most when it comes to visuals, when you're talking about like visual stuff. It's a bit of a hyperbole, but the point is, the way you shoot it is going to all that kind of stuff. Without chemistry, then it's pointless. And it was intentionally that. Like, that's apparently what Verhoeven was doing. And the reason why Showgirls bombed was because it's weird and a movie about sex that's not sexy. He doesn't dress it up. It's just humans being humans, fulfilling basic needs. He de-romanticizes it. Effectively, yeah. He does it intentionally. Like, same with violence. Like, Starship Troopers was him talking about how violence is actually brutal and raw, and he wanted to like compare it to like propaganda of violence. Like movie violence is all these sorts of great things, but he wanted to turn like an action movie into a horror movie and show how like people get corrupted by the machine because violence turns people into to tools rather than being humans. Was itself skewing the rash of sex nudity from 1980s, 1990s. That was titillation before the wider distribution of adult Skinemax content. Yeah, in its time, it's context. See the Zenless Zone Zero Jane Doe video. All right, Zenless Zone Zero immediately goes, why are we talking about gacha games? Yeah, but it was a great film for violence. Yeah. Huxley Group Episode 4 is released today. The Star Citizen Machinima on another level. I'll have to take a look at it at some point. Showgirls was quite disappointing when I serendipitously watched it at age 12. Not sexy, right? Doors and corners is a great line, but you're not that guy. I'm that guy is the best line.
Drinks all around.
Let's party like it's your birthday. Party like it's your birthday. Come on and put your lips together. Blow the candle out. Party like it's your birthday. Party like it's your birthday. I wanna make you feel real special. Put your name in lights. We are gonna party like it's your birthday. Gonna party like it's your birthday. Gonna party like it's your birthday. Blow the candle out.
Talender 2063 just got a sub from Wuta Game. Wuta Game gifted a tier 1 sub to Talender 2063.
Thank you so much for gifting that sub to Talender 2063. You're both very important puppers. Very impressive. There's very neat bit of pedestrians. This is your fault. You're the reason I drink at night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. You pulled the ID yesterday on ZZZ. It was awesome. We ship a sale gotcha game. Oh, that reminds me. I'm gonna practice something. I've always been wanted to, like, 'cause my coding sucks. All right, I'm not a good coder, so because I just don't practice enough, and I learned the bare minimum years ago, and I'm trying to get back to it. So for fun, I'm gonna try to Genesis. For fun, I'm going to take the concept that I started with the Star Citizen ship girl stuff. If you don't know what I'm talking about. Long story short, I made a joke about hiring an artist to turn Star Citizen ships into, you know, Gachamon style, you know, collectible women and men. John Crew begged me not to, so I did it. It was just a joke until John Crew said, don't do it. So then I did it. What about the Johnny Depp film where he's after a demonic book? I don't remember that one. Oh, that's what I was going to say. We'll show you. So Jake came back from vacation. Jake's been on vacation, by the way. So they came back from vacation this week. And they came on and were like, Paul, you need to see this. And I was like, what, Jake? And they posted a fantastic thing. And I'm going to have to reach out to this artist and be like, yo, how much? So this is a Chinese concept artist, just artist in general. Going all the way back up. So this is their Pixiv. I don't know how to pronounce it, but you degenerates out there probably know what this is. The name is Kupoi, and they've made a bunch of cool illustrations, right? We got some Blue Archive fan art. We've got some, you know, original stuff. We got some Star Citizen stuff. Got some cool Top Gun Maverick fan art. I think this is Zenless Zone Zero. Black Myth Wukong. And then they posted this recently. No. How much for this? It reminds you of something, doesn't it? Not gonna lie, pick a barrage or lane, you've got a crossover. Crusader is blue now. Well, this is supposed to be the black Ares. The Ares Inferno. So watch my stream? No. Holy shit, I never knew I needed a Star Citizen gacha game until now. See, I'm gonna do something stupid and try to put one together. For those of you who don't know, when I started doing that, because I actually have I hired 2 artists to help me out with this. One of which is a Star Citizen fan. The other one is sort of there as well. We are in one. And so the idea I had was, if I'm going to do it, I'm going to put it in lore because I want to make sure it works in lore. So the lore I came up with, hear me out on this one, was Misk is super sort of Asian coded, mostly specific to Japanese, since like Saisei and Fujin City and stuff like that. But, and I was like, okay, Misk is, you know, what would Misk do to try to sell their ships at like an event like an IAE? And so what I said was they came up with these specific avatars for their ships, and they put them in interactive displays in front of their ships at an IAE. And they were so popular because people thought they were really cute and interesting, and they would interact with the characters on screen, and they tell them stats about the ship and about themselves and stuff like that. And so it was driving attention away from the other vendors. So there was a rumor started that Misk was inventing artificial intelligence, was illegally using artificial intelligence to drive these characters because they seem so lifelike. They just did a really good job at coding it. And the people that they'd hired to code it was Sakura Sun, who is another company that exists in Fujin, and they do this sort of thing a lot. And so in my fan canon of that, they had to get pulled, but there's also they'd be booth babes, boys, and ship themed cops. Like, exactly, yeah. So the next year, Drake hired the same team that did it for them to make their own version, and that year, Misk was banned from using it, but Drake did it anyways because fuck you. And so it was completely banned across the entirety of the of the floor. And Sakura Sun realized we got a pretty popular thing going on. So they reached out to each of the manufacturers and licensed the names in the ships to produce a game for Mobiglass called Quantum Stellar, basically a gacha game. You're going to meme this into reality, aren't I? You're goddamn right. So I came up with the whole backstory just more as a way of kind of justifying and kind of theming everything. And so, not Soul Singer. So, I can't wait to empty my bank account for these stresses and waifus. What do you think about Anchoron from Honkai Star Rail with an F8A/C Lightning in the backdrop? I don't know that, but yeah. They're not going to support this, like not at all. So because most of these sorts of games, especially with the mobile games, are really simple in terms of gameplay. My thought was I'm just going to do something stupid and waste my time and see if I can't put something like this together as a very simple game with a bunch of sort of, you know, static image, like lines and like that sort of thing. And then have the whole process be you can update them, like improve them, and use Steel CIG's tier system where they have different tiers of equipment they can use and that kind of stuff. It's on, I'll give you the link on Blue Sky. I look it up. I could see it. I have an idea for the story, but I have to make it proper, like, not just basic. Yeah, it's open registration. Anyone can get on Blue Sky now. I'll link it here. Bengal carrier style. There's the tiger from the West Heavens from Chinese mythology. God of metal. Works scary well. Now, Paul, we don't need another Mexican Polaris incident again. I wouldn't make anyone buy this. I wouldn't charge money for the skins or anything else like that. It would just be like a fan game. That's why it's not going to be something crazy. Like I said, simple mechanic, possibly like RPG style with different actions, or so like that sort of thing, with the sort of visual novel style action, or not action, adventure game style sort of screens for conversations, for lore and stuff like that. So, do I own a Kraken? I do not. No. Mexican Galaxy, yeah. I know what you're talking about. I knew what you were talking about. Squadron makes components normally, right? They make everything. The WoW Blast pistol, the dart pistol, that's made by Sakura-san. They make lots of stuff, which is why they could make they could be a video game company too, because that's literally what Nintendo did before they made video games. They made just junk toys. Kind of runs turn of the century anime like Axis Powers Italia or Azure Lane. Yes, that is the inspiration. Yes, I know you were making a joke about it. But Paul owns a Redeemer. I think they took it down because I believe CIG's legal team did contact them about it. Apparently, if I remember correctly, the team that like the company that actually aired it, the news company, they hired an outside team to do the ship for them. It wasn't done by the internals. So obviously someone just pulled a galaxy off of the like, I don't know, what's that system that Grim uses, that Star Jump uses, and then just put it into a blender and fixed it up. Waifu crossover with JRDF when? Yeah.
Genesis.
All right, I'll link them again for those of you who didn't see. Let me pull up the actual high quality images because I have them here. Pictures. There we go. Oh, I forgot to do a Valkyrie.
Genesis. Genesis.
You can take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never,
Never.
ever
Ever.
take away my space game.
Ramble can just resubscribed for 11 months.
Thank you
Pub
so-
party.
Thank you for that 11 months there, Ramblecam. You're very important person. Well, very important popper, very impressive, very pedestrian. This is your fault. The reason why I'm drinking that. Shots and cheers and chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. All right, here you go. Remember, this started as a joke, and I just said fuck it and kept going. I always like commissioning artists for cool shit too, so.
You can take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never,
Never.
ever
Ever.
take away my space game.
Makeev just resubscribed for 4 months.
McKeeve, thank you so much for that 4 months of support. You're very important, popper, very impressive, very pedestrian. This is your fault. The return drinking night. Shots and cheers and chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. All right, here we go. Do this just so you can see. This is like a lower res version. Some of these are lower res. This is the Scorpius. Not Scorpius. I'm sorry. The Saber. Different versions of it. The Reclaimer. The title. Made by Darge, by the way.
You can take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No computers.
But you can never,
Never.
ever
Ever.
take away my space game.
Monstratus just resubscribed for 32 months. IAE hype.
IAE hype indeed. Thank you for that 32 months of support there, Monstratus. You're a very important pubber. Very impressive, Mr. Very pedestrian. This is your fault. The original drinking night. Shots and cheers and shit. Yo, shots and cheers. Oh, all right. Back to this. All right. So this is, Mustang. Alpha, obviously. Star Runner. Better Star Runner. This is a Christmas-themed version that the artist gave me just for fun because they like drawing it of the Scorpius. This is the original Gladius. This is the improved Gladius. The original Avenger. The improved Avenger. The Valkyrie with little space whales floating around her. And this was also done as a fun, like Thanksgiving, Christmas themed. Gladius, Scorpius, Avenger, and Vanguard, Saber. Almost a an Aegis meeting. Yeah, Saber. Not that Saber. There we go. It's a higher res version. Mustang Echo. Hornet. There's the Gladius with the ship in the background. The title. Here's the Cutlass. And there's the Avenger. And then the original one, which was the Aurora. Fizzle Fuse would do this one. So. The original ones were the Aurora and the Mustang. Then the Gladius. Please make this a game. This game. I have to like sit down and figure it out first. We've been robbed. Yeah, I haven't done the freelancer yet. My goal was to do the whole series and have the whole series be a full family. You know, mom, dad, kids. I figured the entirety of the Origin series has to be like dudes, but like dudes. Not like dudes, but like dudes. Pretty boys. The prettiest of the pretty boys. No, I'm talking like the pling. You know? Yeah, GQs. Species, basically. I didn't want to use the term though. Did I show John Crew? Yes, I've tagged him in most of these. Suave. Not gonna like us Drake boys. You've now made it so we will ask every time the stream for progress of this. Maybe fuck boys? Yeah, I think that's a better way of putting it in terms of Western sensibilities. I will let you know when I have at least a prototype running. You realize this is how you got the Redeemer, right? Sacrifices must be made for the greater good, though. That's just the answer. All right, I'm gonna get some water. I'll be back. Origins for alcoholics. They will look rich and sad. I have, like I said, I have an idea running in my head about like the gameplay. I'm still iffy on it. I do think that a three-party RPG style system would three-party member of the RPG style system would work, because then you'd have to swap them out and they'd have to have different abilities based off of their class. So like, you know, light fighter, medium fighter, heavy fighter, you know, larger ships and stuff like that. At one point, I want to try to get the Gladius and the Hornet. So I'm going to do the Gladius, the Hornet, the Avenger, the Scorpius, and the Saber done up, but done up in UEE uniforms. I haven't thought about it. CIG has like 200 fucking ships. I'm not going to do every single fucking ship. I don't have CIG money. I can't do art of every, pay for art for every single ship. It needs to be a mix of an RPG and dating sim. Yeah, not going to be a dating sim, but it will kind of like take an inspiration from Arknights, because actually that's the one I know. I might have to play Blue Origin. I think it's what it's called, because that one's apparently insanely popular. Every month until Star Citizen comes out. Seems easy. God damn. Hey, how you doing, Velocity? Sounds like we need to set up a fund to help Astro commission ship waifus then. Well, the plan is, Omega, is if I do this, I'm going to get a basic first level...
Hey, a tip!
David, super chatted $2. Do you know of any SC fan fiction in audio form?
I've heard some. There's a fantastic content creator who does a bunch of content about Japanese history, of all things, who did a bunch of fan fiction in audio form. Not even joking. Okay, so his name is Lymphamy.
There is.
He posted this 7 years ago. Here you go. I'll post it in the chat. This is the one I know of. Yes, there will be lore tours this year. Ship knows our decals when, Paul. I don't control CIG. Set up a go perv me. Well, so the idea is I do an initial level, maybe 2 or so of a basic story tutorial thing, and once I've set that up, release it for free, open up a Patreon to help keep it going, to help pay for assets and other things like that, and artists and such, but not sell it. And give timed exclusives to Patreon, so Patreons get the earlier access to the builds and stuff like that. We need CED's outer ships customization. I don't know much about that, so. Anywho, let's watch Inside Star Citizen, because it's 20 minutes long. Jesus. Let's check this out, and then we'll do the monthly report.
This was really the biggest show.
It's real great to be a citizen right now.
In a word, spellbinding.
This was really the biggest show on earth.
You're gonna love the show, everybody. It's time.
CitizenCon
2954.
Welcome to Inside Star Citizen. My name is Jared Huckabee, and this is our annual behind-the-scenes episode. It is currently, what day is this? Thursday. October 17th. It's October 17th. The show is in approximately a little less than 48 hours. We're all running on very little sleep, but very high energy. Behind me is Manchester Central. It used to be a big, giant train station. We've taken it over and are currently in the process of building an enormous Bengal carrier hangar. So yeah, welcome to Inside Star Citizen. Let's go.
Last year was a big return to CitizenCon, and it was a fantastic show. We walked away from it though thinking, how are we ever going to top this? It was one of the first times that we really went in with the immersive aspect, you know, bringing Pyro to life, and we were really happy with it, but we knew we could take it further. And yeah, we're just a couple days out from welcoming everybody in here, and I would be lying if I said I wasn't nervous about it all, but also very excited. We're emotionally invested in making it the best experience it can be. Coming to Manchester Central, being in a venue that practically feels like a hangar, gave us the perfect canvas to really bring a Bengal carrier to life. One of the things about this year's show that I think we've done a really good job of capturing is just the scale of things. I think our attendees are going to feel like they're stepping foot in the UES Barbary inside of a living and breathing Bengal carrier, from the Hornet to the shipping containers, you know, to the bulkheads on the walls. I think this is probably the farthest we've really pushed it as far as immersion and just bringing it all to life.
Those people behind us belong to our CIG family because they are our behind-the-scenes participants who help us making this event happen. Currently, they are prepping the swag bags for our attendees.
We have a BTS that I met yesterday. His name is Artemis, and he told me that we are sharing love all year, and just to help us, they are giving us back 2 days of love. So they are super happy to do that. We have a lot of perks for them, and it's like we're just happy to give. They are happy to give, so we are super happy to have BTS helping us for these days.
I'm looking forward to, you know, hanging out with all the other crew that I've worked with over the last few years. It's good to see the CIG staff that comes back every year and puts the show on. It's always fun to see the reveal.
Yeah. So Wade is our Austin Bar Citizen coordinator. He's fucking great.
And so I try not to watch. I try not to look under the hood if I can help it, and then I get to be surprised with everybody else too.
I know that voice.
CitizenCon coming up really soon.
That's the coordinator for Bar Citizen Austin. Video is super loud compared to you. Well, everyone complains about my fucking audio. If it's too soft, too loud.
You feeling?
Okay, better than last year, I think.
What's that?
I hate you, Ben. This man is my torture. This is the man who brought the Redeemer to life. Why, Ben? Why? Why must you torture me? That was Pyrophoric, who's we love Ben. Fuck you.
Just a little bit more prepared this year. Yeah, lines are a little bit more rehearsed, so just feeling a little bit better about it.
It's my first time presenting and my first in-person in the venue. I have no idea how big the room is. I don't know how big the stage is.
Ian's a cool dude.
So I think the moment I'll be on rehearsals on Friday, I'm gonna be like, what did I get myself into?
This is one of the most stressful things I've ever done in game development, but...
Why does Zach always look like he just walked out of bed? He looks... No offense, Zach. You look greasy as shit, dude. You look like you need a shower. He looks like he needs a shower and like coffee constantly.
This will be one of the most rewarding things I've ever done. I've released games, but this is nothing compared to that.
But I'm feeling good. I'm feeling energized. I think the content we're going to show is really awesome, and I feel the community is going to be, you know, ecstatic about what we're going to show. Topping last year, maybe. We'll see.
I was thinking, how could we top last year? And then I saw different presentation videos come in, and you know, different like outlines and stuff, and I was like, oh my god, this is going to be bigger.
I think it's going to be a great event, and I can't wait to share with the community and especially see the community's reaction to all the cool stuff we have decked out.
Damn. He did Daxo so dirty. He does himself dirty. All right? Like a shower, dude. I think what it was is that he was stressed. So he was probably completely showered and caffeinated, but when he came on stage, his hair was like that. Like it looked like he just rolled out of bed. He always has that look to him. It's like, I don't know what's going on. Like, Zach, eat a donut and take a shower, please. I'm sure he smells fine, but I can't stop saying it.
What's up, guys? Dan Halbrick here at CitizenCon. Things are still getting set up, but I wanted to show you guys exactly what it looks like here on the show floor. Right, so obviously the main showing centerpiece of CitizenCon this year is the Anvil Hornet.
Dan is the wrangler for all of community. Dan is the community producer, I believe. Is that their title?
What's up, guys? Dan Halbrick.
Marketing producer, yeah. Marketing producer.
Here at CitizenCon. Things are still getting set up, but I wanted to show you guys exactly what it looks like here on the show floor. Right, so obviously the main showing centerpiece of CitizenCon this year is the Anvil Hornet that we have built by Mango Stone here on the show floor. It is massive. I think it's like 35 feet long or 50 feet long and 14. It's big. It's really freaking big.
All right, the hobbyist in me is really pissed off. Look at this. Okay, look how flat it's colored. It doesn't look real. It looks like a prop. The lighting is, maybe lighting is here, but this looks so flimsy and plastic. I know you didn't do that. The fucking like, vroom vroom. Dragonfly looks nothing like this. The Dragonfly looks real and heavy. A Doctor Who side character. Yeah. Like, I know this looks like it's kind of being a rush job, but there's no highlights in it. There's nothing that catches the light very well. The actual like coloration is a little off. I'm not like a perfect painter. Like, I'm not exactly, you know, amazing when it comes to miniature painting. But I have enough experience in both theater and in like hobby stuff to know, to look at it and be like, it looks great for what they have, but it just looks like it's made out of wood. Thank you. It's just a game model smooth. There's no greebles in it. That's probably my problem. Is I'm looking at it and there's absolutely no greebles. If you look at like an actual like fighter jet, they're smooth, but they have greebles on them. You know, welding lines or attachment points or places where you can like repair stuff like that. Yeah. Lots of acrylic paint used. Even enamels would reflect light better. Yeah. I know it's a 20-foot model. It's huge and it's not quite the scale, but like it doesn't look, it looks like you'd put this in the background of a set. Like this is not the foreground or probably not the background, like the midground. When you're filming something, when you do like the foreground, you would do like the really detailed high poly models or high detail models, and you'd build some stuff that's supposed to kind of look like a mid LOD in the background. So it kind of looks okay in the background. When you get up close, it looks kind of off. And then the complete background just has like outlines that you digitally put in later. That's what it kind of looks like. It looks like it's designed to be seen like 50 feet away. They went to the trouble to make a huge Hornet responses. Boohoo, not good enough. No, I think it looks great. I just think they could have just put a little bit more in there.
We basically built it in 8 weeks from an empty warehouse to what you can see now.
8 weeks is not, I mean, that's
initially,
not
when we started talking about it, we thought, don't even know if this is possible, actually. You know, nobody had done it before. it's the size of an F-16 fighter jet. So even though in this space it's suddenly dwarfed, you know, because this space is so huge. Yeah, it is the biggest thing we tackle, but we're up for doing big stuff like this.
It's nice for us to actually kind of come and experience the fan base. From what we understand, the community for this game is passionate. So to see it through the eyes of 4,000 people who have
at this range,
actually kind of come and experience the fan base. From what we understand, the community for this game is
that looks good. At that angle, that lane distance, perfect. Like it looks like it could have used like a week or two of polish before it came out.
Passionate. So to see it through.
What I'm saying is they're apparently going to put this in like display somewhere after this, like outside. So it's like they're going to have to do something to like make it a little bit more survivable in the outdoors. And if they're going to do that, they probably need to like just touch it up just a little bit.
The eyes of 4,000 people who have never seen this before. I think it's going to be something wonderful to behold.
It's cool, don't get me wrong. I'm just gonna
All right, guys, now we are here in the community booth section. These are where all of our awesome community booths are located. Some of them, again, are still getting set up.
Everyone this time is in big containers, cargo containers, and we're trying to get everything set up in time. This year we do have a nice amount of community booths again. It's actually more than last year. We do have a nice variety.
Ulf is fantastic. Everyone should give a hug to Ulf if you see him. It were you? I didn't see you. I'm gonna go back and see if we can find Darsh. That's not Darsh.
Booth section. These are where all of our awesome community booths.
Do I see Darsh? No Darsh.
Are located. Some of them, again, are still getting set up.
Not Darsh.
Everyone this time is in big containers, cargo containers, and we're trying to get everything.
There you are. There's Darsh. Right there, talking to somebody. There's the Dar, Prince of Pluto, Emperor of Uranus. You're showing off the Gladius, okay.
Set up in time. This year we do have a nice amount of community booths again. It's actually more than last year. We do have a nice variety of community organizations and also services. We kind of want to showcase the, you know, the breadth of Star Citizen, right? Like there's people that are into PvP, there's people that want to help each other. There's also people that just want to, you know, space truck, right? So we try to showcase everything that the Star Citizen community stands for.
Black high-vis jackets, yeah.
Now we're gonna go over to a new place. Come on, follow me. Right, you might be able to see a little bit over my shoulder. We have the Monster Tech Sim Pits, where if you want to experience the verse in real 4D motion, you'll be able to check that out along with our VKB sticks. And it's a really cool time. Now we're gonna go to the next place. Come on, follow me. All right, now we have
I want those flags.
of the Voyager Bar. This is an awesome place to check out and just relax if you're here at CitizenCon. Come on, follow me.
I'm gonna back it up a little bit.
Out and just, all right.
Okay. This is the UPE, UNE, obviously UEE, the Militia Mobilization Initiative, the Navy, the Marines, that's the Marines. That's the advocacy, UPE, advocacy, Marines, Civilian Defense Force, Marines. No, I said Marines are there. That must be the Army. I forget them just like everybody else does. The Navy and the UNE logos. Those are not squadron flags. They are. This is our first the UPE, the United Planets of Earth flag. So. Look at that bad boy. That is a model kit, by the way, y'all. All of this was modeled in by hand by Darj. All of these greebles and these bridges, those are all hand-modeled by Darj. Because when you pull this out of the files for CIG, this shit's just flat. There is no detail. So Darj added all that detail in. Same in the back. This is from a 3D model, but yeah. And this is the kit. This is what the kits look like when they pull them out. These are all the different pieces. You can see these little spots. These spots are for these little circles. They're for magnets. Same here.
Now we have the Voyager bar. This is an awesome place to check out and just relax if you're here at CitizenCon. Come on, follow me. And the last bit of CitizenCon we have here is the Addison Lounge. If you were a VIP ticket holder, this is where you got to chillax, relax, max out all cool, shooting some saddle ball outside of school. And it's super decorated, super plush, super comfy. I think I'm gonna go sit down. Stop following me.
CitizenCon is one of few times that the developers actually get a chance to kind of connect with the community on a more personal level. Honestly, just the one-to-one personal
Sean Tracy, and that's Jared.
Interactions are just so much fun.
There's the man, the myth, legend himself.
And I think a really important part of what makes CitizenCon special.
Was that you? That wasn't you.
Of what makes CitizenCon special. We get a chance to following me. CitizenCon is one of few times that the developers actually get a chance to kind of connect with the community.
Love this guy.
On a more personal level.
Right here. That is Benoit. You're right. That is Benoit. That's like all of the this is the management team, y'all. This is CIG management team. If there's a decision made, one of these people okayed it. Like quite literally the management of CIG right here. Blame one of these people.
Honestly, just the one-to-one personal interactions are just so much fun, and I think a really important part of what makes CitizenCon special.
Yeah, Junker wasn't there, that's for sure. Hey, there's Zach.
The fact that this is the queue for the early birds, like more people are coming tomorrow, is like crazy. I've never been to a CitizenCon.
This guy's awesome. This is the guy who did the Fury. And also, he's doing the Carrack now. The Carrack shields, like visor shield. Oh, what's his? What else did he do? Dan, he's. Yeah. He's got. I know him. I don't want to shoot shit on Dan too much because he's the guy who looks like he's 13. He's the man who's like 25 and perpetually looks like a 13-year-old. Yeah, he did the Fury too. Yeah, he did the PDC. Nice, looks good. Sulik,
So
yes.
to have it in like our home studio location in Manchester, it's so exciting.
I've been to every single one since 2015. What about you?
Meyer, and our good friend, what's his name? What's this guy again? Who's this guy? And I know who he is, but it just doesn't look right. It looks too short to be Croncy. By the way, if you don't get it, Meyer and Croncy are like 6'7". Like they don't shoot this right. If they put just like a normal tall person, like a normal person would go up to here on them. Like this cameraman is like hefting it over their heads.
Second. Went to the one last year, couldn't miss this one.
And how far have you come to? Not long. An hour's drive. Okay.
24 hours of flights.
I came for the game, but I stay for the community because I've met lots of good people. I've been playing for 4 years, more or less, and I enjoy it a lot.
So I went to the one in Manchester here in, was it 2019, I think it was? Yeah, it was a really good event, but this looks, there's a lot more people here, it looks like, so it's a big thank you to the fans. It gives them that kind of personal experience because we're making the game for them at the end of the day.
They haven't even gotten to the show yet. Yeah, it's them. Like, there's some rule about content creators being tall, because me and Zero are about the same height, and we're like 6 foot. Like, I know the camera doesn't really capture it, but I'm pretty fucking tall. Like, I'm big, but I'm also tall. And I was short compared to like Avenger 1 and all those folks. So
you're first in line.
Yeah.
How excited are you for CitizenCon?
I'm absolutely stoked. I obviously want to know what's happening with Squadron. Stoked to see the event hall and just what they've done with it.
I've not really been to a whole lot of community events. This is my first CitizenCon, so I figured we're just going to eat it all up.
I've heard that voice before.
Well, we've been to CitizenCon since 5 years.
Yeah.
We're excited to see what's going on, and I try to avoid all the leaks and rumors and all the things, you know.
Yeah, we're just letting ourselves be surprised.
They're tall. Hey, is that Grumman?
Yeah.
I feel bad.
I mean, the vibe I get is awe, right? Everyone is amazed by the level of detail with stuff.
Toy, thank you, toy.
We have this awesome engine test sequence for the Hornet that is so immersive it makes you feel like you're on deck. There's just all these little hidden details. There's posters that are like the posters in game. All of our drinks are like.
I want that. I want that so badly. ICC Stellar Surveyors, that's what it is. UNE, Advocacy, Marines, ICC Stellar Surveyors, CDF, Army, Navy, and UNE, United Empire of Earth.
Smoltz brand.
United Nations of Earth. Yeah.
So if you ever wanted to know what Smoltz tasted like, you can go right ahead.
Schmaltz.
Am I allowed to swear on ISC? I don't know. We'll bleep it out? Okay, great.
My job has mostly been to oversee this area, which is like the entrance to CitizenCon. So after
Jake is so fucking pretty. All right, they're so fucking handsome. Jake has lost like 100 pounds since last year. No joke. Easily 100 pounds. And
after you pick up your ticket,
they just look so pretty. He's just so fucking cute. They're just so fucking cute, my dudes.
it's your swag bags and come in here, get some merch, check out these cool models. All the food is here. We've got torpedo burrito, we've got Big Benny's. But just making sure everything goes smoothly, saying hi to everybody. It's really great because me looking over this place, it means I get to kind of talk to everybody as they walk in. So it's been really fun. It's my favorite part of every CitizenCon is seeing our community, putting names to faces, and like people I've been talking to for years that I've never met in person before. And that's always the best part for me.
Hello! Bonjour, CitizenCon! Guten Tag, CitizenCon! Hola, CitizenCon! Ni hao, CitizenCon! And hello, Manchester. I can feel the danger. I think we should let this play out in the game.
If they're going to Austin, I'm getting a booth for lore. And I already know the requirements. Lore, if anyone in lore wants to help out with the booth, you need to have a white vest with a like a blue shirt, something like this, with a white tie. Like we need to get like that futuristic docent look going on. Museum docent looking on.
This means that you can click the link and it will take you to the exact location in the star map, making it easy for you to group up.
They will react to the player character and can be pushed out of the way. Did you guys see that worm? Thank God there's only 20 of you, otherwise I'd be nervous. The full system will be Castra.
Called it. Is Al there? Can we show that Al has legs?
Fourth system will be Castra. But it's only 20. Top of the way. Did you guys see that worm? There you go.
To group up. This means that you can click the link and it will take you to the exact location in the star map.
Where is Al? I don't see them here.
Making it easy for you.
I don't see Al.
To group up.
Where's Al? Oh.
They will react to the player character and get pushed out of the way. Did you guys see that worm? Thank God there's only 20 of you, otherwise I'd be nervous.
There's Al, and there's Execute. Al and Execute. Al wearing a Squad 42 shirt. Also, what's Cheesecake? It's the Save Stanton event.
The fourth system will be Castra.
You have no idea how happy I am that Castra's coming in as the fourth system. Not only did I call it, but I was so excited. Because, like, Castra is cool as fuck, y'all. Like, I've been trying to say it for years, and now you all see it, and you're like, it's really cool. It's like, I know it's cool. I've known for years. An expat, yeah. And when I said I've known for years, like, those who don't know, Kruger is headquartered there, and Clark Defense Systems is headquartered there. It's great.
It's all hands on deck. Richer locations, deeper gameplay, better experiences.
I'm Kin Shadow. I'm here so I can compete in the cosplay competition.
Monster hunting is coming to Star Citizen.
See what I mean? Okay. I love you, Zach. But look at that hair. Like, Zach, dude, what's going on?
What we just showed you was no tricks, no hacks, just gameplay of the battle car.
Oh my god, that was the absolute highlight of my game dev career so far. Like, I had to keep stopping because everyone was just like.
That's the way he moves too.
Cheering so much.
I'd like to introduce to you Starcitect. This means that Starcitect, we're just able to, on a planetary scale, just define how many locations we need, what you find there, and to just give that full identity. And I won't just see you in the verse, but I'll see you in a denser verse.
I love it. I love this man.
It was nerve-wracking, however it was awesome, and it's a huge personal milestone. It's really rewarding to work so hard on something and then come out and show some of it and people to cheer and clap and give it applause.
I have streamed with Bedhead and critiquing hair. I am, but I'm also not in front of an audience of 4,000 people. Destroy.
Like, I won't say it makes it all worth it because it's worth it anyway. It looks beautiful, but it's a good feeling. It's great.
I've done it a few times now, so I'm starting to get used to it, but it's still always a bit daunting when you have 4,000 people and however many on Twitch and YouTube afterwards. But yeah, it's fun. You get a buzz out of it, and it's a very immediate type of reward for the hard work.
The favorite part of the day for me was absolutely all the systems that came together with Genesis. That really blew me away. All the biomes and everything else that came with it. I've been waiting for that.
Wait, these are white box assets? How the fuck?
I mean, day one, phenomenal. I'm almost speechless. Almost.
Definitely exceeded my expectations. We came here looking for something better than last year, and I think we got it.
I hope you like what you've seen so far on day one. It's in your hands.
Absolutely. Who wants to start? Should we go?
I was gripped, especially the cutscenes and like the gameplay. I've never been so gripped watching like a cinematic in a game before. Like the music, the sound, the action. I was crazy. Fire!
This scene is so fucking cool. So somebody who's a kind of an amateur tactician reached out to me on Discord and wanted to like talk a little bit about this. and because, you know, I know the lore and stuff like that, so we talked a little bit, and like this is like textbook. This was textbook what you do with a hammerhead. The hammerhead was designed for this role specifically to intercept Vanduul fighters and torpedoes before they can hit the main line. So seeing a full box of hammerheads is what its technical term is when you have a full flight together is called the full box. And if the full box of hammerheads going after Vanduul, it's just it's so fucking perfect. Also, that's why it's not explicitly said, but that is my theory as to why they've got a flat hammerhead, is because the idea that they're going to have to go up against fighters means they're gonna get rammed. Like, that's just going to be happening. So they just put a big fuck you front to it. Also, fun fact, that ship was designed by the founder of Anvil Industries, or Anvil Industries, not Anvil Industries, good company, but Anvil Aerospace. J. Harris Arnold, he designed the hammerhead.
In a word, spellbinding.
And I really look forward tomorrow to see what about 1.0.
Every other casualty was a hammerhead or Idris. Yeah, it's Idris's and hammerhead like crews are they die a lot, even in the lore. Project Monitor, yeah.
It is approximately 40 minutes before the start of day 2. We are here in the backstage area. This is where all the magic happens. Day 1 was this big visual feast. Day 2, I'm pretty excited. It's possibly the most important presentation we've ever done for Star Citizen. So I'm interested to see what people.
But when are we getting it? When are we getting what? Your brain will break. It will break if you try to fathom Starkitect combined with the Genesis system and the automated dynamic climate modeling systems that make weather a reality. That's going to be years, though. Jared sounds tired because Jared was up super late and he also fucked up his leg. Remember? Like, he fucked up his leg super hard.
People are going to think about it afterwards. But it's I haven't been this excited in a while.
Don't worry. That shitty ass CitizenCon patch they rushed out is going to be dwarfed by the 4.0 release. I don't think he got hurt. I think he was rolling around and stuff like that. Something he tripped and fucked up. So
Everyone is super tired. It's been a long day yesterday. The community booths have done an amazing job though.
My favorite thing is talking to people from the community, meeting people, and just seeing the passion people have for the game, because I have that passion.
We've had amazing traffic. Everything's very well set up. We've had tons of interest in everything we've done. And yeah, we're having a great time.
Oh, I've made myself, you see our presenters, we got these lovely note cards here. I didn't have them when I did the thing yesterday, and I really should have, because as you can see, don't run. This one just says learn to stretch.
I think I legitimately pulled a hammy.
Yes. And yeah, he didn't follow the rule. You got to stretch out. If you're going to do any kind of big physical activities, Garmin Humble has taught me that you need to stretch. If you don't stretch, you're going to fuck up.
This one says don't let the intrusive thoughts out.
What the heck?
It's ratty. Also, the number of furries in the Star Citizen universe is massive. Please don't piss them off. They control the internet.
This one says, hi, Dad. Hi, Dad. And this one says, don't run, crossed out. Don't roll on the stage, dummy.
All right, hello, CitizenCon.
This was obviously, all of this was obviously done by the team that works on ISC, because these are all, they got that ISC look all over them.
Yesterday, we presented the verse that we're creating for you.
Today, we got something just as exciting to talk about. We want to show you the world that you can build.
Who's excited to start talking about this next topic? From here on, we will give you the tools to build your own stories.
Do you want to see a big base? Good, because we're going to industrialize.
Crafting will fundamentally change not only how you play the game, but why you play the game.
I hope you continue to come with us on this journey as we march towards Star Citizen 1.0.
I think it went great. I'm really happy with it. The whole team really pulled together for it.
So now we're talking. Multiple stations linking and dry docks to craft your very own capital ships.
When I got off stage, I was still like peering around the corner to see the crowd, and yeah, it's wonderful to see how excited they are about it. Really, like, fuels us going forwards as well, because ultimately we do it for them.
This year's been amazing. I think the venue is really great. Also amazing to have so many of the community here and get to show them firsthand what we've been working on and what's to come. It's all really exciting stuff.
It's been really amazing to see the reaction of the fans, and especially like it's been something that we've been working on now for a couple months. So it's just been such a relief to be able to kind of share that with the audience. I've not experienced this before in my career. Yeah.
It's like the one place to get together, everyone that shares the same interest. Like just walking in Manchester right now, it's like you overhear like, what's your favorite spaceship? What's the profession that you're doing? So you have like just a very, very easy conversation starter with even people that you never met. And the benefit here in Manchester is there's a developer like around every corner. So
I can't blame Dar shirt. There was a blame Dar shirt. How far back? Oh, blame Darsh. Yes. This is the JRDF booth, by the way. Little blister packs. $20.
like just walking in Manchester right now, it's like you overhear like, what's your favorite spaceship? What's the profession that you are doing? So you have like just a very, very easy conversation starter with even people that you never met. And the benefit here in Manchester is there's a developer like around every corner. So
I can't say anything except it went amazingly. Like, I'm so gassed. I'm so proud of everyone. It was beautiful. Yeah.
The vibe around the convention has been just really infectious, and everybody just has something different that they've really enjoyed about the event.
I thought it was really incredible. I really love how we kind of have a destination in mind now.
I just hope that the base building isn't bland in one style hab or tunnel. I think that's what's going to start as. But I think CIG will, once they get the basics out, they'll expand upon it. But I think we're going to have the one style for a while and then move from there.
I have never seen anything like this, and this was really the biggest show on Earth.
It's real great to be a citizen right now.
Bring on the next one. Bring on the next one.
Thank you.
See, the lighting looks good.
We'll see you in the...
Bring on the next one. Bring on the next one.
It looks good at that angle in this distance. Looks fine. It loses the illusion as you detail it.
Thank you. And we'll see you in the...
We're not going to see Arc and Atlas levels of like customization. I don't think that's in the cards. Now, what did we learn today? Jared. Okay. Not even full scale, which is crazy. No, they're huge. They're absolutely huge. Oversized to allow easier AI usage. Yeah, basically. So what have we learned this week? CitizenCon was pretty good. Yeah, the bot's still running. If you still want to donate to Gamers Outreach, you can. That Tiltify thing is still going to run for a bit. Now someone's going to build an actual flying jet based off the Hornet model. The joke is that JR wants to build a 1-to-1 Argo MPUV. Like, if that's not done for a CitizenCon, like, as a community, we need to just fund JR's desire to build a 1-to-1 MPUV. The Mapoov. I've seen the usual IAE Anvil cap rumors like every year. Surely they won't eat into player sales like that. They might, but I don't think that's probably what they're going to do this year. There's been no leaks, and I've heard no rumors from the nothing from the grapevine sort of thing. Ooh. Yeah, there's a lot on sale. I don't have any money. That's not bad though. Someone just tagged me in a I think there's Humble Bundles doing a sale of robots, mech, and machine games. Includes Battle Sector, pretty much all of Battle Sector. Rift Breaker, Borderlands 2, Killing Floor 2, Starship Troopers. All on sale. Not bad. I don't see CIG doing another long time concept again, to be honest. I don't see either of those. Paul had a thought last night, off topic. With the death of a spaceman and ambulances coming in, would the tier of bed usually medically resuscitatable people go down in combat with less impact on the resuscitation? Okay, so what you're asking is, would the tier of bed, so like tier 1, 2, or 3, are we talking about like CIG's craftable tiers, or are we talking about the stage 1, 2, or 3 beds that they have? How many copies do you think CIG, the Squadron, could sell? I mean, if CIG nails it, million plus. They have an easily marketable game. If it's fun and engaging and people like it, it will do well. I'm going to call it out right now. Squadron 42 is going to be reviewed by IGN, by the editor-in-chief of IGN, and he's going to give it a 6.5. Stream. My name is Paul Berserker01 Batman Shelley, your humble host from Space Bartender here at TheAstroPub. Your space bar at the end of Twitch. You sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got I can't speak right now. Thank you. Welcome. 6.5 from IGN. I know they'd hated that. I didn't know they'd hate it that much. I'm only saying it because that same guy is really good friends with Todd Howard, and it's the same review he gave to Alien Isolation. IGN gave Alien Isolation a 6.5.
Take away my space game.
That shows you how fucking, like, stupid their rating system is.
Willis had just resubscribed for 7 months.
Thank you so much, fellas.
Fellas.
You're a very important pupper, very impressive Pennsylvania pedestrian. This is your fault. The reason I'm drinking tonight. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Giving Isolation a 6.5 is ludicrous. He still gets shit for it. Like, to this day. People make videos about how awful that review is. How he didn't get it. And the fact of the matter is that this was before he became the editor-in-chief, and he's now the editor-in-chief. That shows you the quality that IGN gives you. This is the same guy who is basically best friends with Todd Howard, got well early access to reviews of Starfield, and then tried to defend Starfield publicly on the internet after it came out, and a lot of people were disappointed. Like, Sci-fi almost always gets mid ratings. I don't know. I think Outlaws got an 8, which is pretty good. I just want to break people from the habit of thinking that a good game has to be a 10. Like, no, it's not 10. A good game is a 7. A great game is an 8 or a 9. A, like, once-in-a-lifetime game is 10. All game reviews matter a lot less nowadays. Yeah, most of them are paid for, or at least partially influenced by pay. Outlaws was meh. Played The Division, felt like a cut-down version of it in space. I thought it was a little bit more in depth than that, especially the story they were telling. They really love Star Wars in terms of the storytelling. The gameplay was okay. It wasn't anything to write home about, but it was serviceable. They gave me an early copy of it, and when I saw reviews saying it's like 7, 8, and I was like, yeah, it's about right. If you're not really a story person or you're not really into the Star Wars universe, it's probably more like a 7. But if you really like it, then it's about an 8. Outlaws is Star Wars. Yeah, but it's still sci-fi. Aliens is sci-fi too. They're reworking the gameplay. That's good. I love Star Wars, so I expected more. It's a Ubisoft game, so I was expecting a solid 7. Hey, driver. Black Myth Wukong got a 6. Was that an IGN review? Fuck. God damn, IGN. Way to review yourself into mediocrity. I feel like they just do that shit now because they know that they'll review good games really like mid to get attention, and then they'll do mid games really good to get attention. Alien Isolation 2 is coming? Yeah. A lot of people actually blame that review for Alien Isolation not getting the attention it needed to, or the green light from Sega, because IGN's, at least at the time, was a really big name reviewing. So, wow, such integrity. Who gives a shit? It's money. I've been using you a lot in Star Citizen tools to get into Star Citizen lore, and I've honestly been pretty impressed with what the lore team has been able to make. They're really good at their job. The writers are really good, and they sometimes fuck up, and when they fuck up, it's glorious. They do not look at the Anvil Valkyrie lore. The concept of the Anvil Valkyrie lore makes sense. Everything around the concept is fucking bad. It is awful. It is poorly researched, poorly implemented. It has references that make no fucking sense. It apparently was produced by selling the Hornet, but it was made 2 years before the Hornet was even built. No, it's not mentioned who wrote it. It's just, but it's just awful. It's clearly that it was clearly written when they were still coming up with a lot of the background for how Anvil as a company was. Because like I think it was like 2018 when the Valkyrie was released. Because I think it was released at Austin CitizenCon. So you're looking at like after the world building stage, but before the details stage that they were working with. A lot of early Star Citizen lore stories are great. Cassandra's Tears is fantastic. If they went back and kind of zhuzhed up Cassandra's Tears and Kid Crimson with more details, because like they call the Hornet the Anvil, you know. Val came out with Hurston. 2016? Damn. Yeah, the lore, I think it itself came out in like 2018 though. Both of them are really good stories. In-universe fix misinformation campaign with the advocacy cover-up something. But I do wonder if these UEs doomed to eventually be infighting between Earth and Terra stuff plus the event. That is yes. That is yes. 100% the UEE is going to fail. The question is, how will it fail and which way will it fail? Star Citizen is a dystopia. It is a 1980s dystopia. Is dystopia the same way that Blade Runner and Aliens are dystopias? You don't have, you know, retro 50 themes, nuclear apocalypse. There's no zombies wandering around. It is a quiet dystopia. There's a story of the Connie with a railgun poking out the back. I think that's Cassandra's Tears. Bremen will decide the war. I'm like 100% certain that Bremen is going to be the thing that decides the war. Which way Bremen breaks will be the way that the outer colonies break. And they're probably going to break for Terra. Because they really don't like Earth. Space Texas, same in Jericho, yeah.
Take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit.
A Jericho reference.
You can even take away my space
I love
lasers.
that series. Watching was airing.
But you can never, ever take away my space
It's better,
game.
but it's not.
Captain_Fish Steve just resubscribed for 8 months.
Thank you so much for that 8 months of support there, Captain Fish Sticks. You're a very important public, very impressive person for any pedestrian. This is your fault. The other is your drinking night. Shots and cheers and chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Scott, welcome. Oh, Scott, did you just see multiples of me dancing when I was doing my dance there in different colors? If you're seeing that, you have accidentally taken space acid. And the only cure for that space acid is to watch the rest of the stream. Don't worry, you'll be fine. You're just tripping real hard, dude. That's all. Yeah, it was IGN. It was because the person who flew it out while playing the game asked about accusations that and they replied that you're here to try out the game. Should I melt my ships and get a javelin and a cutlass black? Yeah, Fishy's got the right one. Do you have 80 friends? Oh, I was saying, what the fuck? Who said he wants to melt the strip of the Cuddy Black? Yeah, do you have 80 friends who are online all the time? Then no. Consider this: both Terra and Sol are terrible, and neither should rule an empire. I'm running. I'm almost finished with the story behind the background of the conflict and like where it comes from. But the most basic gist that I've been able to break it down is that Sol has a lot of infrastructure. It has a lot of bureaucracy and practice. It is well tuned to function as the capital of an empire. Terra is not. Terra is great for trade and commerce and innovation, but that's not always the place you put your capital, because capitals have to deal with taxation, they have to deal with trade lanes, they have to deal with an infrastructure to have government resources, like people working for the government. They need to have different offices built. Those sorts of things cost money and time to do. And while you could probably do that pretty quickly, you don't have the expertise of how people run governments. You'd have to move people from Sol to Terra to be able to do that, and not all of them are going to want to move. It's going to be a pain in the ass. And Terra, even though it's centrally located, may not be the best place to have the head of an empire, because then it abandons half of the empire as it is now. No gods, no emperors. I'm with you, Iris. Chaos. Javelin in-game price will be insanely high. True, but you can also build one. The issue is, if you're looking at it from a pure value standpoint, you can't sell it. Because if it's over $1,000, it locks to your account. I didn't say gods, I said chaos. Chaos is not always chaos gods from 40K. Or from Warhammer. Do you think any of those Parker Terrell conspiracy theories hold any weight? Yes, I think all of them do. Parker Terrell is not Alex Jones. Parker Terrell is Alex Jones if Alex Jones started off as a hard-hitting, real, like, investigative journalist who broke many, like, multiple, like, nationwide scandalous exposés. Parker Terrell is a really good investigative journalist. He also is a conspiracy theorist. So typically his beliefs, he gets a lot of his information right. He just makes a leap in logic somewhere in his belief structures that kind of is way out there. I mean, legally, you can't sell your account. There are literally people who do that, who monitor that stuff in chat right now. So I wouldn't say that. Yes, they are sold, but it's against TOS, and it can get they can also track it. First of all, Parker Terrell isn't a scammer hack who'd be better off buried within a star. He has that je ne sais quoi of a Alex Jones type, though. One, Star Wars game getting an 8 doesn't change what sci-fi games mostly get mid ratings. Sci-fi games have to be exceptional to get the mainstream praise because sci-fi is a niche. I would say that's the kind of every game, though. I don't think of any genre that's an easy 10, you know? There's no games in my experience that consistently get higher ratings. Like MMOs consistently get mid ratings unless they're really good. Even like Sony style action games tend to not get really high. Like a couple of them do, but they might trend more towards a 7. But yeah. Parker Terrell. So Parker Terrell is an in-fiction reporter who used to work for the Terra Gazette as a investigative journalist. He used to be the host of Crossfire. No. Crossfire is the actual thing. It's based off of Crossfire. A show which brought two people from different opposing viewpoints together to argue. He used to be that host. I just don't remember the name of it. But then he disappeared. Like, vanished. For like half a year. And everyone thought he was assassinated because he was apparently doing investigative journalism. He was still doing investigative journalism. And he was looking into something that the UEE did. And when he did, he dis-fucking-peared. And then he was discovered. His Aurora was discovered abandoned. And so, like, for like that, he disappeared for a long time. Then his Aurora was discovered abandoned, and no one knew where he was. And then someone found him on a random planet, and he was brought back to the limelight. And everyone asked, "What the fuck happened, dude?" And he refused to explain, but he quit the Terra Gazette and then started his own show called The Plain Truth. And he broadcasted it by himself. And so there's actually a lot of like writing of these episodes, like kind of like transcripts of these episodes of The Plain Truth on the website where you can find a lot of these lore stuff. And he talks about a lot of interesting conspiracy theories. Like, for instance, there's a group called the Hurston Workers Union, I think, which I mistakenly called the United Workers Union, UWU, but the Hurston Workers Union was a legitimate attempt to unionize Hurston workers, and they suddenly went violent when they hijacked a shuttle and threw the pilots out of the ship into Lorville. They were like hovering above Lorville and threw hijacked it and then like tossed the pilots out the airlock in the atmosphere in Lorville to die. And since then, they've been labeled as a terrorist organization. Parker Terrell explains that story and then also explains that in his research, he discovered that the Hurstons themselves planted violent extremists inside the organization who then eventually took over the organization and under Hurston's control became more violent and aggressive in order to decredit the union because the union was doing a good job of gathering support for it. Yeah, Hurston Contel Pro, basically. And like, do I believe that? Yes. 1,000% yes. And why do I believe that? Because the Hurstons are one of the most important families in the UEE. Without the Hurstons, the supply of antimatter weaponry and ordnance in general would drop dramatically. The Hurstons build most of the shit that the UEE uses when it comes to ordnance. Torpedoes, missiles, rockets, and antimatter weapons. And then he also believes that the UEE has built a planet-destroying weapon and they used the destruction, the possible destruction of a planet in the Odin system as a cover to test their planet-destroying weapon. Parker Terrell thinks the UEE built a fucking Death Star and is hiding it. Please don't be Synth World. Look, they can't all be winners. That's the thing. It's like Parker Terrell can range from like, this is not even unbelievable to how much acid have you been taking, my dude? Is there a Star Citizen version of the Pinkertons? Yeah, you've worked for them. If you've done the Idris mission, oh, I always forget the name of him because it's the mission giver. Eckhart Security. Eckhart Security is the Pinkertons of Star Citizen. They're fucking everywhere. And it's a company that was founded by a family, and Miles Eckhart is currently the head of it, but interesting. I love it. I hope we get to see more of that particular story. Well, see, my belief is that Miles the belief that they built a planet-destroying weapon is partially true. I think that what the UE did was develop. They found the plans or schematics for the weapon that destroyed or split the planet in half, the half planet in Hades 4. They found the information for it, rebuilt it, and then because the planet was being destroyed anyways, they tested it on it. But it wasn't as big of a damaging effect. It wasn't the planet killer because the planet was already going to be destroyed. Scientists knew it was going to be destroyed. They just tested the weapon on it because they knew it was going to be destroyed and they couldn't trace it back to them. And when it worked, because it's not actually a planet killer, it's like a kingship killer. It's basically the weapon that the kingship has, but like scaled way the fuck up. And when they after they did that, they installed it in the Retribution, because Retribution is supposed to be a kingship killer. Parker looking at Bishop in the Retribution. Hey, what you got there, Bishop? A smoothie. Yeah, I think the Retribution is a scaled up version. BlackRock is similar. BlackRock is more like, it's not even subtle. What is the name of the famous American mercenary company? It's like not BlackRock, but something like Black something. That's what they are. BlackRock is just a PMC, not the Pinkertons, but Blackwater. Thank you. Yeah, they're not even subtle about it. CIG is bad at naming. BlackRock is Blackwater. Fun fact, Tisha Pacheco, Twitch Pacheco, she used to work for BlackRock. Then her eyes got fucked up on a mission, and they dumped her ass super hard. Like, she basically lost her job because she had to get synthetic eyes. So, yeah. Not very happy with them. I agree. Yeah, for those of you who don't know, the last Mezzer disappeared.
You can take away my spaceship.
Fiona Mezzer.
You can take away my
I think she's gonna do a endless Gundam Wing Endless Waltz style return to the Empire.
Ever.
Because cryogenic freezing is a thing in Star Citizen.
Abruthana Medana just resubscribed for 18
Abrutha.
months. Sup, Paul?
Hey, how you doing, brother? Name Nancy. You're very important, but very impressive, Mr. Van pedestrian. This is your fault. There's one drinking night shots and season chat. Thank you for the 18 months. We just watched ISC is all we did. No, not Priestcraft. Like Zex Marquise. If you remember the Endless Waltz, the story of Endless Waltz is that the supposed daughter of Zex Marquise creates an organization to retake Earth after they've they've demilitarized. Zex was Peacecraft? I didn't know Zex was Peacecraft. It'd also be harder to kill her with regen tech. Yeah, but I mean, we know. Thank you so much. With that that raid there, Fat American Trucker. My name is Paul Berserker01, Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender here.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers.
Yes, of course.
But you can never, ever take away
Zex's
my
boss?
space game.
Yeah, I think you're right. It was Zex's boss. It wasn't the Peacecraft.
The first tasty just resubscribed for 43 months for the low.
Thank you so much for that. 43 months. You're a very important pub, a very impressive Pennsylvania pedestrian. This is your fault that you're drinking that. Shots and cheers in chat, yo. Shots and cheers. I just blew myself up with an A2 like an idiot and ended the stream. That's called going out with a bang. Trades, thank you. I forgot his last name, but yeah, Trey's Crucianata. That's what his name. Be right back. I watched When This World's 500 times, and including both versions. I know things. The best part of Gundam Wing, honestly, and also the mech designs are so much better. Last year was the first IAE I had a Star Citizen count and was pumped for it after CitizenCon 2023. Not feeling it this year, unfortunately. That's going to happen. Where the fuck is 4.0? It's in Evocati tests. Last I saw, Evocati test like 8. It was it in. It's not coming out until post IAE. So IAE ends on the 5th of December. It'll probably come out sometime around. So the 5th of December is a Thursday, which means it'll either come out on the 6th of December or the 20th of December. There is no in between. I'm newish to Gundam, only watched Iron-Blooded Orphans. Watch 08MS Team. Watch 08MS Team, then go back and watch the original Gundam. I think there's a kind of a retouch-up ones they did. But yeah, no, the reason why I mentioned is because the whole plot of that is that the supposed daughter of one of the last big leaders of the Earth Alliance shows up with a armed faction and then takes over the Earth at the year that the Earth actually demilitarizes. So the people who pilot the Gundams, the Gundam pilots, have to kind of retrieve their mobile suits and then return to fight off this new faction and defeat them. Honestly, I'm very curious as how they're going to integrate Galactopedia and Squadron 42 and Star Citizen. Star Citizen will probably be harder to put that in. I don't think so. I think as long as you can see it, it'll just bring up your the entries. I feel like the three I would recommend if you just like anime and you want to get into Gundam are Seed, Iron-Blooded Orphans, and Witch from Mercury. I think those three are the most just consumable anime Gundams. But if you want some of the best ones, 00 is up there. It's probably on that border between consumable anime and like Gundam Story. And 08 MS Team is classic. Like, it's Gundam Vietnam, baby. It's Gundam Heart of Darkness. It's Gundam Apocalypse Now. That's its whole thing. Code Geass is a secret Gundam anime. I love that Brother Nindermouse says, I love Iron-Blooded Orphans. And Glass Sword says, like, I don't like Iron-Blooded Orphans. I think after the Mezzer era, Aegis just isn't used as much. They kind of had a dip and then they came back. So, you have to understand, this hasn't really been explicitly detailed, but there was a rev-a-fucking-lution, a small civil war that happened in the UEE, and a lot of people were mad at the Mezzers. It wasn't a revolution to overthrow the UEE, it was a revolution to kill the Mezzers. And the people who were most associated with the Mezzers, in terms of companies, was Aegis. So the fact that Aegis wasn't just guillotined is a testament to how integrated Aegis was into the UEE. They got basically the axe because they were a military company that didn't make civilian ships, and the UEE just cut off all of their contracts, completely voided everything. Everything that was pending, everything was active. They said, go kick rocks. The only reason why they were kept around was because their parts needed to be manufactured to replace parts that were in the fleet. Basically, they tried to kill Aegis while they were trying to replace Aegis with both RSI and Anvil. Best is subjective. Best is subjective. But, and I don't think anyone has a best anime. When I'm saying best is, I'm talking about things like what people would enjoy if you're trying to get into it. I don't like the original Gundam series, not because it's bad, but because it's the original Gundam series. It's like, I don't necessarily like the original Star Trek, not because it's bad, but because it's just not my style. And like Next Generation's better, and then Deep Space Nine's my favorite. Yeah, accessible is a good way of putting it. And now Aegis caters to the domestic terrorism market. Well, what had happened was, civilians were modifying Aegis ships. The Retaliator specifically, there was a certain version of the Retaliator. I think it was the 2890 or 2870 version of the Retaliator. It ended up on the civilian market after it had been rotated out, and it had been built by a specific designer who wanted to take a different approach to the Retaliator. And that approach allowed it to be a lot more modular. And so Aegis started taking that version of the Retaliator, making new versions of it and selling to the civilian market because all their contract had been null and void. So they said, fuck it, we'll sell to the civilians. And because Aegis, though it had a reputation for war crimes, it was an effective war crime machine. So it turns out people like effective war crime machines when you need to use them for home defense. So Aegis sort of fell out of favor. They got saved by the public, and then started to come back into favor with the UEE, and eventually ended up back in the UEE's good graces by the end of the 29th century. Because, you know, the generation that had fought and fought the revolution and had experienced the Mezzer tyranny was dead. Even the people who were running Aegis were completely different people. To the point where they built we don't know when the Redeemer was built, so that's a bad example, but the Saber. The Saber was built specifically for the civilian market, but also to fill a UEE military contract. So is it true that most people die on the planet they're born on? Yep. It's one of the reasons why people join the Navy. Just like in America today, or America of the past, one of the easiest ways to get off fucking planet is to join the armed forces. They'll get you out. Most people aren't citizens. Most people are civilians. And it's very difficult to get around the Empire unless you're a citizen or you're rich. And not everyone who's rich is necessarily a citizen. We in the verse are the 1%. No, I wouldn't say the 1%. I would say upper middle class. Like a company in Star Citizen might have a Connie. You know, might have a couple of freelancers, like a shipping company might. So it'd be like owning a big rig. Or a fleet of big rigs. You can own one. It's not impossible to purchase it. It's just expensive. Or in logistics, yeah. I've always thought it was really weird that there's so many ships around and people living in derelict shanty towns on advanced planets. Because the average person, there's no such thing as universal health care. There is some basic rights, but especially in places like Hurston, go fuck yourself. Hurston doesn't give a shit. And in some places you'll have a little bit better, but other places they don't care. What you're seeing is an empire in decline. There isn't money for social services. There isn't money to help people because all that money is being used to fight a war with an alien species that is threatening to genocide all of humanity. So the money is going there, and then any subsidies is going to the major companies that run the empire and have run the empire for 900 years. We also see a lot more gray areas in the PU, intentionally, yeah. So in lower characters who own an 890 jumps or just rolling in it, yeah, they'd be like people who own mega yachts. Social services were also stripped long ago in mid-Mezzer era. Some of them have returned, but not much. Yeah, Phantom, I get what you might be saying, but yeah, no. All I'll say is that all science fiction is a critique of modern life. And there is no exception. But critique doesn't necessarily mean it's or a commentary on modern life, not necessarily critique. I made a bad financial decision with the C2. Yeah, Star Citizen is a quiet dystopia. From the facade, it looks like plenty of people are doing really well, but the vast majority of people are living under a boot, effectively. The only people who can get rights to vote for major decisions are people who are citizens. And the only way to get citizenship is to do a great deed for the empire. The easiest way to do that is to join the military. But if you do not have a good military career or a well-known military career, you may not get citizenship when you leave the military. The like citizenship is earned, not given. Or just do something really cool. That's it. Fortunately, lots of people don't get the commentary and instead try to create a sci-fi IRL. What's the thing? Finally, people will understand not to build the torture nexus in my book, Do Not Build the Torture Nexus. 10 years later, scientist, I have built the torture nexus from the book, Do Not Build the Torture Nexus. A creeping dystopia, a glorious facade held together with chewing gum and baling wire and toothpicks. Star Wars universe does seem kind of dystopian. It's supposed to. Your service doesn't guarantee citizenship. Yep. Like when I interviewed Dave Haddock on my On Pause Lore Citizen podcast, he was really adamant that the universe should not be good or bad. That the universe has to have gray. But you can't live in the gray. There has to be good and there has to be bad. There has to be just ontologically good people and ontologically bad people. But most of the universe needs to be in between. Because people don't live in these extremes, but it would be too depressing if there weren't some hope in the universe. To give you context, Dave Haddock's favorite genre is horror. He loves horror fiction. So, like, those are some of his most favorite movies and such. And I think it comes through in a lot of his writing. Like, he built the universe of Star Citizen like you would build a dystopia. But he also understands that, like, in a horror movie, it can't be bleak. You can't just be depressed in a horror movie. There needs to be a purpose, a reason to root for someone's survival or for the bad guy to get killed. So there needs to be people who may fuck you over in a horror movie because they may run when they're not supposed to or try to bargain with the bad guy to fuck you over. But there also needs to be the final girl. You know, there needs to be the slasher villain and the final girl. Yeah. You also can't have victims just run away in a horror movie because you don't have a horror movie. You need to have a reason why they can't. Yeah. Cthulhu is an example of Haddock's trying to do. The creature is evil, but comparatively good for an eldritch horror, since it's just guarding the portal rather than trying to actively open it and let other eldritch horrors in. Unless you're Terrorizer, then it's all bleak. But that's a horror comedy. What's the ideal place if you don't have citizenship? Terra would be one place. Ellis would be another. Redder system. The Soul, probably. The Croshaw system. Vega, maybe. Terrorizer 1 was a horror comedy. Maybe not horror comedy isn't the right word, but it's grotesque to the extreme. I don't think it's not Saw. It's bright and ridiculous. It's a commentary on horror films, yeah. The Final Girl is a name of a rather interesting horror comedy that involves getting transported to a horror film. Gonzo Harmer? I guess that's the way of putting it. Hey, any rumors where next year's CitizenCon will be? Folks are saying Austin, but it isn't. There isn't a fact in that it's not a fact, but it's they do a Europe or Europe adjacent and then US, and they said they're never going back to LA. So it could be Montreal, but I'm guessing Austin. Can you buy citizenship? No. I mean, you can buy citizenship if you maybe donated a lot of money to the Empire for a specific cause. You might be gifted citizenship, but you can't go like to the UEE and say, one citizenship, please, because you have to be named a citizen by a council. There's a council. It's not like one council that does everyone's citizenship. It seems like there's like a group that's dedicated to researching and deciding if people are citizens. So you have to go before like a citizenship board of different individuals, and they review your application. They see why you want to be a citizen, what your deeds were, and then they give it to you. So there are people who have gone before a board and been denied, even if they did have exemplary service in the Empire. It's one of the reasons why a lot of Tavaran end up in the military, but not a lot of Tavaran end up as citizens, because they get forced into the military because they often break the law. A lot of Tavaran are criminals because, you know, losing your culture and being a second-class citizen for most of your life kind of fucks you up. So you turn to the only places that will hire you, which are criminal underworlds. So most Tavaran are criminals or work for criminal organizations. And some of them, and often they'll get caught and they'll get the option prison or the military. So they choose the military. So a fuck ton of Tavaran are in the army. Like disproportionately high numbers of Tavaran are in the army. Some of them enter the Navy, and there's a couple who end up being pilots, stuff like that. It's not hereditary. Citizenship is not hereditary. Though I imagine it's easier if your parents were also citizens. So your application needs to read like a novelization of a movie to become a citizen? Not necessarily. Each board is different. It really depends on what you've done and if it's worth or not. Some people are easier than others. There's a famous Xi'an citizen who helped negotiate the Huxaw Agreement, the human-Xi'an trade agreement, because they were abandoned, or they were abandoned. Their family, their house, stayed in the Empire, stayed in the UEE when their planet they were on was gifted to the UEE by the Xi'an during the peace agreement between the Xi'an and humanity after the Tavaran Cold War, the Xi'an Cold War. So when their family stuck around, their house stuck around into the Empire, they worked with human companies and the human government, the UEE, to negotiate the trade deal as sort of like an advisor and a translator to help advise UEE negotiations. And for their efforts helping humanity negotiate the Huxaw Treaty, they were given citizenship. I think possibly that whole house was given citizenship as a result. So. John Citizen. Good night, Phantom. So you can see what the picture I'm painting here. It's not easy to be a citizen, and the only way you get rights, full rights in the UEE, is to be a citizen. I'm just really, really fucking hoping that CIG's main story that gives you citizenship isn't a tutorial, because that would cheapen the fuck out of citizenship. And they've built up the citizenship as this big deal in the universe to just have it be complete the tutorial. Congratulations, you are now a citizen. Like, fuck off. Like, no, go fuck yourself. No. But I'm also concerned that if it has to be big enough that you have to earn citizenship has to be something big and impressive, that there's going to be a BBEG you're going to have to fight, which then will ruin the whole idea of Star Citizen storytelling anyways. So what is the Bremen Defense Force relationship with the UE like? Are they or could they become citizens? Yes. They don't necessarily have to, because the BDF is a volunteer force. It's all volunteer. It's not they don't serve with the UE. They serve with the Bremen government. And many of them don't give a fuck about the UE. But they do also work very closely with the advocacy. They're the Texas Rangers, the Bremen Defense Force. Kind of sounds like the way they're heading, though. Yeah, I hope it's not, but we'll see. They'll need to thread that needle, which is going to be difficult. Is there anything that says the percentage of population is actually a citizen? No, but it's implied that the vast majority of humanity is not a citizen because of how difficult it is to attain citizenship. I hope they do it. Your BBEG different depending on your job, like a merc or a bounty hunter, or take down a big criminal miner. You find a massive deposit, etc. This isn't a leak. This is just a suggestion. My guess, and if I were in their position, is I would make it so that there is an organization that is threatening to, or that's going to have a big say in the Terra Earth schism. Something that's like funding a separatist group and finding information in that organization's databases to then give to the UEE and maybe raid that organization, a terrorist group that's being funded by this company, or a terrorist group that's being funded by radicals. You have to go in and destroy one of their bases, and doing so will get you will be the final step for getting you citizenship, and they can just randomize the base location. So originally CIG said finishing Squadron 42 could give you citizenship, but now they have a tutorials. They have this tutorial. So what would get for finishing Squadron 42? I don't know. I hope that you still get citizenship for Squadron 42. I think that would still be a good way of doing it, because I don't think that cheapens it. I know a lot of people are like, well, let's cheapen it because you just buy another game. It's like, you don't buy the game, you have to complete it. I think it also say you have to complete it at a certain difficulty level in order to get citizenship. Also, we definitely know that this completing Squadron 42 will give you enough reputation to be able to purchase the F8 or F7 in-game. It would have to be a non-combat thing to acquire citizenship, because people, no, they're going to, CIG's always been moving towards combat. You're going to have to do some level of combat for citizenship, but it's not going to be the only way to get citizenship. It's just going to be the easiest way. It's also an MMO, William. They'll say work with your friends for it. Yeah, there definitely needs to be an option for it. They said there's going to be multiple ways of acquiring citizenship. I just want to work for Kasek, both the lols and the blueprints. Fucking love those motherfuckers. Openly corrupt. Nakedly corrupt. and so full of fucking freedom, it's disgusting. Their marketing feels like it's from Cyberpunk 2020, Cyberpunk 2077? Yes. I think there'll be enough people willing to help citizens wish, just like there's the stages in the Hornet buy. Yeah. You're just supplying existing demands. God, you goddamn right. What does Castac Arms make? Freedom. Freedom delivery devices and freedom protection. Yeah, not quite as effective as killing machines as the portable war crimes devices. Portable war crimes devices is Apocalypse Arms, literally founded for war crimes. The original mandate of the people who built what would eventually become Apocalypse Arms was from the Mezzers, and they're basically like, we need weapons that can kill giant crowds of protesters efficiently. Efficient weapons to destroy large populations in a specific area that do not have weapons. Castac is from SC Canopus. I don't recognize that reference. Sounds familiar. I don't know. I gotta keep budget in mind. What else is in Castra? Or is it just one landing zone? Castra has Sherman and Bullseye. It's just 2 planets. Sherman is going to be a fully landable planet, though. So, or Cascom is going to be a fully landable planet, though. And so there's going to be other places, probably mobile, probably little redoubts and forts that exist, like supply forts that exist over the planet. But the main landing zone is Castra, or is Sherman on Mount Ulysses. Oh, we're talking about Mass Effect. Yeah, I would say Castac is like Star Citizen Canopus. I wonder how hard it'll be to make a base on Bullseye. I don't imagine Bullseye is going to be very valuable. They literally used it as target practice. It was so cool to see real mountains on Castra. Tox Atmo. I don't know if it's a Venusian world. I think it's just dead. It's probably filled with antimatter radiation, but there's a whole story behind Apocalypse Arms, because it was started when a researcher was looking into the life of this famous designer from Aegis who disappeared, and they tracked them down through the Freedom of Information Act. Not a Freedom of Information Act, but Star Citizen's version. It's called Truth and Reconciliation Act. The Truth and Reconciliation Act put up a lot of information, and so they started tracking them down and discovered that, I think on Cerberus, on Cerberus, they had set up a secret laboratory, funded personally by the Mezzers, with several members of Aegis Dynamics on a separate organization to build these weapons. And this researcher found the original design documents for these weapons in their secret location in like the lab that they discovered, and then used those decided to build those actual things, kind of work out the kinks, and that became the foundation of Apocalypse Arms. It was named because it was supposed to be an apocalypse. So the railgun, the shoulder-mounted railgun, that's designed by these. It was designed, one of the designs by these designers as a efficient means of crowd control. Battletech Lore Master, Magistry of Canopus, and the Taurian Concordian. Oh! Yeah, they're definitely the Canopus. I know what you're talking about now. I recognize that name now. That's why I said, where does I know it? Yeah, they're the Canopus. The Apocalypse Arms is definitely Taurians, the Taurian Concordian, though. Fuck around and find out. The Revenant is Apocalypse Arms too. That's crowd control. Yep. And you'll notice it comes standard on the Vanguard for a reason. They make a couple of other ones, don't they? They make the mass drivers on the ship mass drivers. Yeah, all of those were the original designs from this team. I want to say they're headquartered in there as well. They might be headquartered in... Oh no, I think they're headquartered on Area 18. The Strife mass drivers, yeah. That would make a disperse order much more compelling, yeah. Nothing says freedom like cat girls and battle powder, and Taurians like their war crimes. Corral, low, okay. There's a couple of them that I was surprised with, like Area 18. Yeah, that also fucking tracks out. Low is such a terrible place. Low is where the IAE was originally founded. It's where Gemini Arms comes from. And both of the stories behind Gemini and IAE is depressing as fuck. Like, ultra mega depressing. Fucking Cousin Crows is from Low. Like, Low is the hive of scum and villainy. It is fucking awful. It is a dusty ass, hot, barely habitable ball. Well, the Low is the city, I think. New Junction's the city. Low, yeah, it sucks. It's just barely livable. It's only exists because it's on the border of Banu space, so it's where most Banu like trade occurs. And that's why New Junction was built specifically. It was like a quick trade town that they built, and it just stayed there. There's not really many resources there. And as a result, because it's on the border of Banu space, there's fuck tons of criminals that live in that system. It's where the Hawk was first tested, specifically on criminals in the Corel system, because it was built to fight the criminals in the Corel system. Because they're that much of a pain in the ass. Corel is one of those systems that I think would probably make it in as well pretty quickly if they can get it done. Because it's so... The stories are so interesting, but it's super bland. Ugh. Gemini Arms is really good looking guns. They make art. What IAE ships are you most excited about? I'm glad that they're going to get the Carapin. Looking forward to the Carapan. I'm interested to see what the Endeavor looks like. But yeah. The Animus missile launcher against the Animus, yeah. And Scourge railgun. I was going to make my start location Corel for the long time. Need to find a new start location. Honestly, I think if you're going for that vibe, then Castra is probably up there, because Castra is also a border world. It's on the border between human and Geon space, but there's sort of like the old Periline systems that still exist, but they're all unclaimed. So there's a dropship version of Terrapin lore. Yes, there is. There is a dropship Terrapin. Oh. I hope we see the Stealth Hawk, the Shadow Hawk. I'm looking forward to the Dire Hawk. That was something they apparently wanted. The lore at least said that they were looking at building a version of the Dire Hawk. And I could see them doing that. Especially once they've worked out tracking and stuff like that. The Dire Hawk and the Shadow Hawk coming in. I do think that you'll see the an Upturn Hawk. So the Shadow Hawk reduces some of the weapons, but increases the stealth coating. It basically has the same stealth technology as the Hornet Ghost. And the Dire Hawk is the Super Hawk. It's the Hawk, but with 2 additional size 1 mount points. So it has, instead of, what is it, 6 size 1 mounts, it has 8 size 1 mounts. There's supposedly aftermarket kits that were developed by fans that they were looking to turn into official versions. Yes, Guardian's coming out at IAE. Hawk has 2 size 1s and 4 size 2s. So it would be 2 size 1s or 4 size 1s and 4 size 2s. Never use the Hawk as it's just damage by volume. Slap some fucking scatterguns in that thing, it will fucking destroy. It will fuck somebody's day up. Because the Hawk was designed in lore and in game to be a knife fighter. It's designed to be incredibly close to your target when you're shooting. So you combine that with a weapon that's designed to do a lot of damage close up, and you used to be able to destroy hammerheads with a Hawk. With a scattergun Hawk, you could just annihilate ships. Oh yeah, it also has an EMP on it, so it gets close, EMPs you, and then scatterguns you to death. Yeah, your Fishy's right, Glass Sword. Whenever you're using a pipeline source, you have to take it with a grain of salt, because even if it's been data mined, you know, CIG has been known to fuck with stats specifically because they know people are looking at it. We're just low flying with Smoosh. What fun. I'm glad to hear that. Damn, I feel bad for shunning it for so long. It's gotten some tweaks and nerfs in the past, so it's not nearly as devastating as it used to be. But if you're the kind of pilot who likes to just get nose to nose with somebody and then just pull the trigger until something's not moving, that's the Hawk. It's not maneuverable. You're not going to get into like a turn fight with it very well. It's not fast, and it's not really tanky, but it will ruin your day. What's an odds of an Aegis Bearcat showing up next to Invictus? Not high, but I really hope so. The Bearcat should be the medium version of the Gladius. It should be a medium Gladius. For those of you who don't know, the Bearcat was the ship that was purpose built for the same competition that the Hawk was. So it was the Hawk's main competition for adoption, and it was so much better at dogfighting than the Hawk was. It was just amazing dogfighter. The problem was it was awful at ground support and strafing, which was the Hawk had to be like CAS. It had to be a CAS platform, close air support. It had to be a logistics support, and it had to be a knife fighter, like close in dogfighting. It had to be all three of those because those three things were things that the UEE was lacking. And so they said, let's build it into one platform rather than building three separate platforms. And the Bearcat was just a better ship than the Hawk, but it didn't do all three good. It did some things great and did other things awful. The Hawk did everything that the UEE was looking for. That's it. So it's not good at anything else you ask it to do, but it's good at those things really well. What about the Thunder Kruger Valbird? Yeah, the Hawk is a kit bash. It's a Hornet kit bash. Most of the things that make up the Hawk are actually Hornet parts. Is the Mirai Guardian coming at IAE? I believe it is supposed to. What pledge do I have? Like, my main pledge? It's an old Explorer pack. Like 2948 Explorer pack. My first pledge was the 315p. All right, I'm gonna go put the water away. And then we're gonna, when I come back, we're gonna get started on the. I'll leave the fun board on for now. We'll get started on the monthly report. Right back.
Genesis! Weapons free, y'all! Good news, everyone!
Welcome, everyone from Becky's stream. My name is Paul Berserker1 Batman Shell, your humble host and space bartender here at the AstroPub, your space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We'll get a good one for you. I'm turning off the sounds. No more sounds. I'm also going to turn off the alerts. So much cacophony. How you doing, Becky? No more fun. Fun button gone. Is JRDF going to increase production? It'd be cool to see a better selection in their store. They're trying to. They're a very small operation. They do have industrial grade printers, but they have to make them in batches, and there's only so many people they can work for because they don't make a lot of money off of it. This is going to be after midnight? Probably not. It's a pretty big one, but it's not like a huge one because it's post IAE. Also, this is the last, almost certainly the last monthly report. We might get November, but typically they roll a November, December into one monthly report that they give at the end of the beginning of the year. So, all right, chat. If you've never been here before, welcome. My name is Paul. This is going to be what I call a capsule, an office hours capsule. They're small segments of the stream that I specifically make for YouTube after the fact. So I may not react to you. Just sit back, relax, commentate in the chat if you want to, kind of add some spice and flavor, some stuff, talk with each other about what you see. But I'm going to get started here. All right. All right, it's time for another Office Hours capsule. That's right. A small segment of my Office Hours live stream you can catch on twitch.tv/TheAstroPub, youtube.com/TheAstroPubLive on Thursdays at, I'm blanking on the time, 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. Love to have you come by and join chat here as we just talk about Star Citizen lore, news, and more. Good time, good to have for all. And if you're looking for something that's kind of a long, usually 4 to 6 hours, you look at something in the background while you work, it's always good to put up there as well. Without any further ado, though, let's take a look at what we're looking at today, which is the Star Citizen Monthly Report for October 2024. Actually, a little bit more ado, because I do want to put in context that this is not a summary. I'm not going to summarize the juiciest parts of this. I am going to read it for you word for word, absolutely everything that's in here. I'll add some commentary, and I might add some context for what's been said in the past, because some of this stuff is long running. But generally speaking, this is going to be a much longer video than your typical monthly report. I always say and advocate for you to read these yourselves because that's the best way of digesting information and to really be informed at what's going on at CIG and at Star Citizen. But if you can't, this is probably the next best thing. So let's kick back, relax. Let's take a look. All right. AI content. Last month, the AI content team supported the social behaviors tied to Stanton's derelict outposts and settlements, which will be used for the new mission content. As neutral players can visit these locations, NPCs need to behave normally when not under threat or under mission conditions. The team also worked on tasks for Alpha 4.0, including validating social AI in various stations around Pyro. They also reviewed Stanton's landing zones to see where improvements could be made. After additional conversations, the team is looking to capture new content to provide more dynamic conversations to both Stanton and Pyro. AI director Francisco Riccucci also hosted the Brave New Worlds presentation at CitizenCon, which included bringing AI to life and how it affects combat experiences in the verse. AI features. October saw AI features improving human combat features for Alpha 4.0. The first reactions, for first reactions, the behavior was refactored to provide more consistent response across a range of situations. This was thoroughly tested in the, quote, test cell, unquote, mentioned in previous reports. So they created a test cell for basically a big playground for just the AI and how they react to each other. That test cell was built specifically for 4.0 with all of the features in it to mimic the live version of the game as much as possible. So they can add stress to it, so they can see where it breaks and that kind of thing. The team continued to iterate on functionality for NPCs healing downed friendlies, including changes to actor states to ensure the animation flow continues correctly between individual and synchronized animations. A test cell was also created to ensure the medic works consistently across different setups, including from different directions around a patient's body. For ammo and weapon management, the devs looked at the reload functionality, including behavior for switching to a sidearm when picking up ammo or looting from bodies and then switching back. Improvements were also made to NPCs with rocket launchers, who now enter combat even when there is no cover available and switch to their sidearm if an enemy gets close. That is something they've been doing for a while. They've been doing heavy weapon NPCs who can track both on-foot players, vehicles on the ground, and ships in the sky. So be prepared for 4.0 to possibly have railgun NPCs. AI features and audio teams partnered to implement and fix wild lines across all AI behaviors, including first reactions, tactics, and investigations. The team also debuted the first Valakar gameplay at CitizenCon. This has been really fun and interesting creature to work on, as it's very different from anything we've done in the game so far. We'll be sharing more details of its implementation and the challenges we faced in the run-up to its release. AI features team. That's something they showed off at CitizenCon that's almost certainly going to come out either in 4.1 or 4.2, like the early version, or early next year, based off of what was discussions that were had at CitizenCon about what it does. So, AI tech. AI tech continued to support server meshing, synchronizing the subsumption component between dedicated servers so that the NPCs can continue their assigned behaviors when switching. They then implemented the first pass on several features presented during CitizenCon, including many improvements to enemy vision perception, which now takes planetary lighting cycles into account. The first pass for dynamic cover generation for planets was also completed. This can also be used in other locations with navigation areas. As seen in CitizenCon, the team can now generate cover locations and surfaces at the same time as a navigation mesh. So they sort of showed at a CitizenCon about how they can generate dynamic cover where you can get behind pretty easily, and also where NPCs know what is cover and what isn't. Functionality was also added to the link, quote, navigation cost volume, unquote, and, quote, navigation exclusion volume, unquote, to areas in different object containers. For example, outpost object containers that feature exclusion or cost volumes can influence how a planet navigation mesh is generated. They also made improvements to ship AI features, including planetary surface avoidance and optimized ship weapon fire validation against allies. They also optimized perception-related components like vision and hearing. For example, vision zone queries are now faster, while audio stimuli propagation is more accurate as it utilizes a room system graph. AI, Game Intelligence Development Team. Throughout October, the Game Intelligence Development Team, or GIT, polished StarScript 1.0 for its internal release. For example, they reduced the loading time for majority of large containers, e.g. a whole star system, from 10 to 2 seconds, and integrated a new groups look for more clearly defined definition, to more clearly differentiate between groups. They also introduced min and max zoom ranges in the graph editor to avoid view breaks, stopped the help pop-up from obscuring task nodes, and implemented the smart panel. Graphs are now presented in the same order as their names are in the outline. Misplaced parallel ports on task nodes were corrected, and displaying two graphs now works correctly too. The relationship between Properties panel and the selected item on the Smart panel was improved, while rounded square tasks were integrated into the Smart panel to mimic the tasks on the graph viewer. Boxes and collapsed groups were enlarged to include long titles, while an icon was added to differentiate activity and mission variables in the outliner. Finally, for StarScript, a QA testing procedure was created to properly test most important activities and missions. This kind of looks like this is just internal tools that they're working on. Animation. Last month, the animation team worked on the Valakar and, quote, Space Cow, unquote, alongside adjustments to the Copian. They also continued to improve facial animation support for PU characters and prepped for an upcoming narrative shoot. Animation are currently supporting level design with a number of player interaction animations for level traversal. Art characters. In October, the character art team focused on tasks related to CitizenCon. After the event, the team continued creating the utility and specialist armors, including color and material variants for support factions and missions. Work also began to work on armors for upcoming events. The utility and specialist armors have been mentioned a ton, and I don't think we've seen any of them, even at CitizenCon. Some of those were specialist armors for just different specific roles, but we didn't see anything new. It was just armors that already existed that just had the stats tacked onto it. The utility armor specifically is one that's been very interesting. They mentioned it for the last year. They mentioned it for multiple years that they've been working on it. But this is the first time that they've talked about how the new armor system is going to work, and they still didn't bring up the utility armor. I don't believe it exists. I think it's a figment of their imagination. It is some sort of code for something else. The character concept art team created new armors, including utility battle tech and a super heavy armor. What? If this is not a mech, I'm gonna be mad. Art ships. October saw the ship team complete the final content review on the RSI Polaris, while the final content tasks are currently being progressed for the MISC Starlancer Max. The team is nearly finished with 2 unannounced vehicles, while several more are approaching their white box and gray box reviews. 6 additional vehicles will begin production soon too, one of which is almost certainly the Perseus. Community. The community team began the month supporting Day of the Var with the pumpkin decorating and killer clips from outer space contests. Alongside the launch of Alpha 3.24.2, the team pushed a patch watch to spotlight lesser-known features in the updates, including improvements to the character creator, changes to quantum fuel consumption, and the visual and quality of life enhancements for Arena Commander. The team also attended several bar citizens in the run-up to CitizenCon. The CitizenCon New Wakefield Street takeover was the largest bar citizen we've ever attended, with the entire street shut down for the occasion. A massive thank you to the Bar Citizen International team for organizing such a memorable event, and every citizen who joined us. It was an incredible evening that set the tone perfectly for CitizenCon weekend. However, the highlight of October was undoubtedly CitizenCon 2954. With nearly 5,000 attendees at Manchester Central, it didn't just break records, it completely shattered them, becoming the largest Star Citizen event to date. This achievement was a true testament to everyone's hard work, dedication, and commitment, and we're incredibly grateful to everyone who made the event unforgettable for the entire community. Special thanks go out to the amazing BTS team who worked tirelessly behind the scenes, the talented cosplayers who brought the verse to life, and the community booths that added so much energy and excitement to the event. Thank you, community team. Economy. The economy team continued their ongoing work on Pyro and began implementing some of the balance changes mentioned in the previous monthly reports. So the economy team has been going through the last several months, balancing everything from the smallest to the largest things. They've mentioned it in some other medias as well, but it's really a complete overhaul that was going to start around, I think it already started with like 3.24, the 2.4 launch. It might have been a little earlier, but yeah. Mission design. In October, the mission design team finalized the Save Stanton quest chain, aka Cheesecake. This features 3 new modular missions. They also created a journal entry for players to track their progression through the event. The mission system refactor progressed while future quote-unquote handyman missions were entered QA/TR and are currently going through the final polish phase. We had a blast attending CitizenCon to meet and met a lot of backers, had a lot of conversations on missions, and shared our plans for Star Citizen 1.0. So the handyman missions are one of the new mission sets that's coming out with Pyro and 4.0. Mission design team. They also plan tasks for future release alongside fundamental archetypes for some of the guilds unveiled at CitizenCon. Interesting. Narrative. The narrative team tackled a multitude of tasks in the lead up to CitizenCon, alongside ongoing work outside the event. For example, generated mission text for discoverables in Alpha 3.24 point patches, and working through the significant amount of text needed to support a mission content for Alpha 4.0. The team's major announcement for the month came during the Stars My Destination presentation at CitizenCon, which outlined Star Citizen 1.0, what Star Citizen 1.0 will look like, and the extensive narrative work that will come with it. The talk outlined the introduction of a main story, guilds and factions, and location stories to inject character into the persistent universe. A Whitley's Guide for the Idris and the Portfolio on Wildstar Racing were published alongside October's Jump Point, which featured a deep dive into the People's Alliance of Levski. There was also another drop of Galactopedia entries to check out here. Online technology. In October, the online technology team progressed with features for Alpha 4.0. As part of this, the refactor of the entity subscription service, used for markers, was completed and is currently in testing. The back-end social system changes needed for server meshing began internal QA testing. The mission system is also set to start its first round of testing, with additional features currently in development to support larger coordinated missions. The Live Tools team began finalizing a new tool to provide more detailed and powerful access management to Hex. The testing phase began with player support teams with their feedback driving future improvements. The work on the new architecture for the internal error reporting pipeline progressed too. R&D. The R&D team spent the last few months supporting the introduction of dynamic weather. To support the evolving clouds, a compute pass was done to animate the global cloudscape based on local planetary properties, such as temperature, humidity, and wind. This data was used as a base to shape cloud fronts, which are then locally refined via procedural noise. This data is also used to build a weather map to allow weather to drive VFX, physics, and gameplay. This currently includes precipitation information as well as the extracted positions of potential lightning locations. An API was also implemented to allow for the game to sample these weather attributes from both the GPU and CPU in a consistent, simple, and efficient way. To render believable wet weather, support for rain volume rendering was added to the Atmosphere Ray Marcher. Rain volumes are essentially columns of rain underneath heavy clouds that self-shadow alongside casting shadows into the environment. This is important to prevent incorrectly lit scenes where players would expect dense rain volumes to partially block sunlight, most notably at dusk and at dawn. Also, changes to indirect lighting were implemented to improve the effect of multi-scattering on the atmosphere and clouds, referred to as, quote, new multi-scattered LUT, unquote, at CitizenCon. Multi-scattering is now aware of cloud presence alongside the atmosphere. As a result, overcast skies are less hazy and blue, and cloud tops appear brighter. To give moving clouds a smoother look, changes were made to account their movement when sampling cloud shadows as well as the GPU weather map, the latter directly influencing the appearance of rain volumes. Further improvements are being worked on to reduce noticeable stepping of cloud shadows when the camera moves, which can often be seen when the sun is set low. Also, work on rain volumes inspired a prototype for improved ground fog rendering. This will be cheaper to evaluate and render alongside improving modeling, aspect, and lighting. This will also self-shadow and cast shadows like rain volumes and clouds. Finally, work began to support maintain the map storing the accumulated amount of rain. Among these things, this will allow puddles to remain for a while after the rain. VFX. October saw the VFX team supporting the various CitizenCon presentations, including those featuring new biomes, base building, and Levski. The artists continued to support the vehicle and location teams with upcoming deliveries. So, relatively short in comparison. Typically, these are about 30 minutes to 45 minutes. Went through it pretty quickly. There's not a lot there. The big things to take away is that they're still working on a bunch of support for 4.0. Things like the mission system refactor, the online technology has like the social services, the subscription, entity subscription services. All of those things are not done yet, but they're testing. So it's important to see if that's going to come in or not. That could delay Squadron 4.0's release, though CIG seems to be dedicated to getting 4.0 out, especially as they've gutted that patch. But yeah, it looks pretty good. There's a ton of vehicles, much to, I'm sure, all of you in the comments chagrin. They're done with 2 unannounced vehicles, with many entering gray box and white box reviews, and then 6 new vehicles will be in production soon. So I do believe 2024 was kind of light on ships. I do think 2025 is going to be heavy on ships, from what they've kind of talked about before. Oh, let's see. Other than that, it's mostly just AI tech. The arrival of different variations of NPCs with like heavy weapons is nice. Hopefully it makes it in 4.0. They seem to imply that it's going to be in 4.0, but there's no definite features of that. So it'll be interesting to see that. Anywho, as always, I'd like to hear your thoughts down below on any of these changes. Do you think this is good, bad? Do you think any of this is even actually happening in the background? I want to hear those thoughts down there. And if you haven't already and you've enjoyed this, make sure you hit that subscribe button. Like the video to help spread the word. It really does help to sort of spread the knowledge, spread the pub around so more people can see it. To steal one of my favorite YouTubers' concept, it's like tipping the bellboy, but you don't have to pay anything. Just if you like it, leave a tip, leave a little like, and that'll help out a lot. And if you want to know when these go live, make sure you hit that subscribe button as well as the little bell icon, because if you hit that bell icon, it'll send you an email when I go live, so you can watch the office hours live on Thursdays. Wins all around. And thank you for watching, and like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black. I hit the right button this time, chat.
Mission complete.
Doing good, Japero. How you doing?
I eat.
As good as I can. Yeah, that's pretty short. Mostly it was AI stuff, but... Oh, and no, this will be the last PU of the month through the year, November and December. Entries coming in January. I didn't see that, but yeah. Yup. Hey, Citizen Cheese. This capsule is being brought to us by the number 30. I won't be spending another Christmas in Stanton. We can hope. I'm alive, very tired. Adulting is hard, but surviving. I feel you there. Tomorrow is Friday for me, so at least it's, you know, about an hour away from Friday. So I've got one more class to teach, and then I'm good. I do think that I'm probably going to take a day off next week, though. I just need it. I just need it. Eat more pizza. Yeah. Honestly, my biggest takeaway from CitizenCon was a wonder how far in advance 1.0 will get org revamp. Will it be or will it be 1.0? 1.0 is going to be years away, y'all. And based off of all the information that's coming out, Genesis, I don't know what the fuck is up with Genesis, because Genesis isn't using the AI-driven tools they were originally going to build. And they said it was in white box. And I was like, this is weird, white box. The more and more they talk about it, the more and more it seems like it's not anywhere close. Like, it's probably multiple years away before we see anything like Genesis in the game, which is depressing. It's like, then why the fuck did you show us this? Did you just literally have nothing else to show? So you had to show us something that is literally in concept, and you just threw a white box together? Because, like, them talking about soil moisture shit and that kind of stuff, I'm like, yeah, that's insane. It's like, oh yeah, we're gonna now they're like, oh yeah, that's gonna be done by hand. What the fuck are you doing? Like, goddamn. Everything else seems to be concept at the moment. It's frustrating because last year was so 6 to 12 months, 6 to 12 months. This is going to get to you soon. This is going to get you in the next patch. And to a degree, they got a lot of it in, you know, even with 4.0 coming out, it's going to be like half of what they promised at CitizenCon, which is better than they've done in the past. And usually CIG starts off small and then works their way up. But this CitizenCon felt like, here's a pie in the sky idea that's going to come out in fuck knows when. Goodbye. Feels like they're working harder, not smarter with Genesis now. I don't think Genesis is going to exist for much longer. Like, the fact that it's so early makes me go, it's not coming out for fucking years, so why the fuck are we talking about it? You're going to scrap it in 6 months anyways and go with something else. Like, these are all nice, but if this shit doesn't make planets coming out faster or improve the gameplay of planets, then why the fuck are you doing it? Like, almost certainly we're going to get the basic bare bones building stuff for like bases sometime next year. Initially I said Q2, but then they've gutted 4.0, so I'm like Q3. We'll get bases before CitizenCon next year or around CitizenCon next year. And we'll get Nyx next year. Originally, I said maybe Q2 because it seems like it's mostly done. But because, again, they gutted 4.0 and shoved that shit off into 4.1 or beyond, I have no faith that CIG can do both half of 4.0 and everything else they're planning in one patch because it's just going to get gutted. And according to at least one former CIG employee, they nearly burned their entire staff out with trying to get 4.0 out this year. And if it's that difficult for them to just get 4.0 out, I don't have any faith that they can get beyond that next year. They're going to be recovering from this for the first 6 months of the year. And then they'll be putting something together before the end of next year. They need to ensure they can do a Q1 patch again. I think they will. I really hope we don't see them try to pull the technically it's in 4.0 bullshit and just put it as a 4.1 for the engineering stuff with some other new stuff in March. March, not June. I hate saying the word losing faith because I think ever since Star Citizen started getting compared to a cult back in the early, like we're talking 2013 was when people were calling this a cult. Like I always said, like, well, faith is the wrong word to use because it's like trust rather than faith. People don't have trust in CIG, and CIG needs to build that trust back up, and they're not on track to build that trust back up. So what I'm going to say is I am not expecting 2025 to be any different from 2024. I'm hoping that it will be better, but I don't trust CIG at this point. CIG has ruined all of their trust when it came to everything they built up over the course of 4 years. They really slowly improved their roadmap. Anyone who says otherwise is disingenuous at best and just lying to you at worst. Their roadmap was fantastic once they did the revamp. I think they only missed like 5 things total over the course of like 2 years, which is insane. That's a really high accuracy rate for what was coming in. And then 2022 with 3.18 exploded what they were doing, and they basically lost half a year with 3.18. And then they did a bunch of, don't worry, Squadron 42 is done, we've got all these things, and then 4.0 basically took a shit on their chest, and they had to scramble, and then blew all their, so the course of 2 years, they've taken the trust that they did have from a lot of their backers and threw it out the window. $2025 will be a hot fucking mess. Also for CIG. Yeah, that's not even mentioning any kind of, I don't want to talk about politics because generally speaking, I don't talk about politics on here, and I'm probably not going to talk about politics anymore. But shut up, fanboy. I'm not talking about CIG marketing. I'm talking about CIG themselves. It's not the lowest it's ever been. It's been worse. 3.18 was much worse than it is now. What I'm saying is that CIG has to start delivering more than just talking pretty things. And I'm not saying CIG has to hit it out of the park. I know a lot of people out here basically like 4.0 has to be perfect. CIG has to make the game playable. They don't have to make the game playable. They just have to start adding content at a consistent level and not fucking it up. And that may be too much to ask for this team. I don't know. But they set the expectations of having 4 patches a year, and since 2022, they have basically been unable to do that. Fanboy, I am not saying what you are saying. We are saying different things. I'm not here to say Star Citizen is a scam and marketing is ruining stuff, because that's not true. That's not how Star Citizen works. What I'm saying is that CIG needs to incrementally build trust back up so that they are no longer seen as basically flailing around as if they don't know what they're doing. Because CIG has proven time and again they do know what they're doing and can do things well. Their mission team, as much as shit as I get about this, their mission team is fantastic. The people who are in charge of missions, the people who do missions, have really hit their stride in making missions. They have not just done 1, but 2 consecutive, like, chained mission chains in the 1 year. Do the missions work? No, but typically that's not the mission team's fault. It's because the servers are hot ass. So the mission team makes missions that people can play. It's just they're not playable because the servers are at fucking 4 FPS. And the mission teams are good at designing missions, and they're getting better at it. They're almost up there with the ship team in terms of being able to consistently pump out high quality shit. The problem is that the supports that keep those missions running suck. Do I think static server meshing will make the game at least playable in 4.0? No. 4.0 is going to be a garbage fire. It was never going to be playable. We've joked about 4.0 being a garbage fire since 2020. It will always be, and was always going to be, a shit show. CIG can only just mitigate how bad it is. I don't think it's going to be at 3.18 levels of bad, but it's going to break in new and fucked up ways when it comes out. CIG has a huge amount of talent. I think they're at a point where things are going to start coming together and see an overall quality and game increase. I fucking hope so, because like we've been saying, content creators have been saying, and fans have been saying for years that it feels like server meshing is the big bottleneck, and CIG has been consistently saying server meshing is the big bottleneck, and getting 4.0 out is important just because it needs to fucking get out. It just needs to get pushed the fuck out. It being released is important. This is a scam and marketing is ruining stuff, because that's not true. Haha. Yeah, it needs to be tested. And then they need to go into next year, take what they cut, and put it in 4.1. And that 4.1 needs to release in March. And then anything they had planned for that year, that first patch, if they can put it in 4.1, great. If they can't, move that shit to 4.2. And here's the secret. Come real close. CIG, if you're listening, come real close. Shut the fuck up. If you don't know what's coming in March, then shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Don't say anything. Don't give a date. Just shut the fuck up. Let nobody know. You can tell people you're working on it, but when someone asks you for a date, you say when it's ready and move on. And then when it hits the PTU and you've tested it and people go, oh, this is great, then you add it to the roadmap going, see, we've added all these things and now we're committing to it because we think it's coming in. When you do that, people will start believing what you're selling them. Because the problem right now is not CIG can't do thing. The problem is that CIG says do thing, and then they cut half of it and sprinkle it over the course of 9 months. So what could have been 3 patches that were mostly well received is now 2.5 patches or 1.5 patches that people are pissed about. And I get it. Something's going on internally at CIG. That's my only explanation. Either shit's harder than CIG's letting on, or there's some things that are going wrong in terms of, like, you know, management or reorganizations or something. But no matter what is going on, CIG needs to start dealing with it. And the way they deal with it is, first off, setting expectations properly. And that starts with shutting the fuck up. Jared, I love you, but don't ever fucking say a projected date again. Ever. That is one of the reasons why people are so pissed right now. That is 100% one of the main reasons why people are pissed. When you said summer, people heard June. So if there's something wrong behind the scenes, then manage what you can get and don't tell people shit. And then let people be surprised when it shows up in a PTU. Under promise, over deliver. Even if internally you fuck up and you can't make it, nobody fucking knows. And then people are impressed with it. You do it for 1 year, CIG. 1 year. And people will notice. I guarantee it. I will eat a fucking hat if it doesn't work to improve your reputation. Keep lying? What? Well, I thought it was on a couple ships, Reap. The PDSs were on the Phoenix, but they were also on the 890 and the Idris, right? Polaris, Phoenix, and Idris, not the 890 right now. Ah, okay. So I was wrong. I wrote wrong, but heard that. You're just talking summer in Australia. It's just starting now. So there are some things that weren't going in the roadmap for 1.0. Am I wrong thinking they're out of scope? What do you mean out of scope? CIG can't shut up. Their money machine, it depends on hyping stuff. I disagree. Their money machine depends on releasing shit. If you look at the spikes in funding and in citizens signing up, which is really the big spike for funding, is when you have more people buying the game. Those do not coincide typically with just sales. They usually coincide with a major release. The biggest spikes happen when you have major release and then a sale right after it. So a lot of people come in for the big release, a lot of people are playing it, and then the sale happens, and that just brings the momentum up over the top. CIG is not going to make money by just releasing ships. CIG makes money when they release patches. A quiet CIG, maybe talking about CIG under 2. I'm not talking about CIG shutting up entirely. I'm saying dates. Dates and even patches. Don't even update the fucking roadmap until you absolutely know it's coming in. ISC, fantastic. People talking about working on shit, awesome. But then put it in a patch and release it. What do you mean major release? Last year's sales spiked through the trailer of Squadron 42. I don't remember that. Wasn't it the F8C competition? Oh, they're not out of scope. So Maelstrom is, we know that it's in the, Maelstrom is in the main branch. The aerodynamic flight model, which is the control surfaces, that's also been tested in the main branch. Both of those are in Squadron, but not implemented in Star Citizen yet. Don't take the release view of 1.0 as the ultimate view. It's just the big things that they showed off at CitizenCon. F8C event sales started a couple weeks before CitizenCon. That's my point. F8C event, new ship, new thing going on, people get interested, CitizenCon hits, boom. It accelerated the growth. Releasing content gets you the growth. If you release content before a major sale, it expedites that growth. That's CIG's winning money making strategy. That has nothing to do with CIG hyping shit. It has everything to do with CIG showing they can do it. Same thing happened around 3.0. And when 4.0 comes out, we will see a major increase in funding when 4.0 comes out, just because big number, new system. No matter what people are glooming and dooming about 4.0 because it's been gutted, it's still going to do well. It's still going to make people happy and still going to sell well. Will CIG fall short of funding this year? Compared to last year? Yes. Compared to the year before? Probably not. It's still going to make more money than 2022, but not quite as much as 2023. But October was less than usual after CitizenCon because last year they had an unusual boost because of the F8C plus the CitizenCon buff. It was a combination. There was nothing like that with CitizenCon this year because CIG was originally planning on having 4.0 out before then, and they fucked it up. I think that's so you say the ship sale exploded the sales from October to December. Yes, because they went from strength to strength. 3.20 was a big release. It was a huge addition that it stabilized a lot of things, that made it more playable, and they added the F8C, and that caused it to go up. And then 321, I want to say, or 322 was around there as well. Will you be playing Kingdom Come 2 when it comes out? Yeah, probably at some point. I never streamed the original one because it's such a crunchy game that I'm bad at those crunchy RPGs, but I'll definitely play it. You're convinced they should cap servers at 50 people, keeping high counts for PTU if you need data, make PU attractive, playable again. The only way that they're going to make a PU attractive and playable again is if they get the technology they're testing in PTU right now out. Okay, which is why most sales are around CitizenCon IAE. Hype for a hype concept announcement, etc. But you don't see major boosts from sales alone. There has to be something else that attaches to it. Like, let's take a look at it. I'll show you what I mean. So we see a slow start to the year. They actually started off lower in the year than they did in previous years. So the year already started off badly. And we see it kind of goes up. This is like, in March, we see a peak here. It goes back down, goes back up in April, comes back down compared to last year. And then it peaks back up, and then it actually starts peaking and meets back up here at 526. Do you know what was released around 526? That wasn't Invictus. Invictus is over here. That was 3.23. 3.23 caused this spike to come up. They met the year-on-year development because they released 3.23 with a bunch of new features. And then right afterwards, they had Invictus. And you see that scoop up right there. And then it continued to stay up there. And then in the pits of hell in the summer, it started going back down again. And then it comes back up around here in September. What were they doing in September? Atlas, right? That was September, or is that October? That was September. I think this is all Atlas sales. And 3.24. This is 3.24. Holy fuck, yeah, this is 3.24 right here is when it was released. Notice that around here is when 3.24 releases, and suddenly, boom, it comes up, coupled with the Atlas sale. So it starts trending back up when you have a patch release. And I can almost guarantee you, if you looked at these levels here over years, these peaks are not sales. These peaks are fucking patch releases. Sales help, but they already peaked up before the sales happened. The sales just help keep it going in the direction. This is 2024. Or is this 2023? Yeah, it's 2024. See, 8/29/2024. This is the year overall. It released around at the end of August. This is when it came back up. What is this you're looking at? This is called the Star Citizen Funding Dashboard. The funding dashboard is called the CCU. It's CCU game app. It's one of the best ones that compiles a lot of this data from the overall what was it called? From the funding tracker that CIG has. This pulls that data out and puts it in here. Like, good example, for instance, in October of 2023, they were still behind the October of 2022. So at the end of CitizenCon, 2023 was still behind 2022. The thing that made it up was the entire sale of November. It was still bigger because of the F8C and 3.20 or 3.21. Yeah. This is different. This is 2020 and that kind of stuff like that. This is the previous right here. This right here is the year to year in comparison. Yep, so people were hyped for the patch. Lol, I don't get Paul's arguments 90%, 99% of the time. Both Luna and Destroy, you're completely using different arguments. It's typical. Y'all are completely using different arguments. Because Luna, your argument was that hype is the only thing that matters. And so the sales are the only thing that CIG hypes, and so hype is what it happens. What I'm saying is anticipation for a patch, not hype. The patch itself is what gets people in there. That's it. The game is in there. Because that argument is basically saying the entire game is hype. That every game is just hype. There's no content there. There's no substance. It's all just hype, which isn't valid in my opinion. What I'm saying is the game itself will sell the fucking game. But you need to release fucking patches to sell fucking shit. But it goes against your theory. End of the year is always release a long expected patch, which when sales cuts off. What I'm saying is if CIG released more sales concurrently, if they kept more static, more consistent sales, this wouldn't go so far down so many years. It would be more steady throughout the rest of the year, which means they would make overall more money because more people would be engaged in the product. Need to release functional patches. You just need to release patches, really. Functional patches are better than nothing, but patches are patches. Because the only time people remember this game exists, someone releases a new patch. And new ships drive the sales of new ships. That's true, but not every patch has a bunch of new ships. Some of them are usually old ships that just come back onto the sale. Content drives money. CIG can run as many sales as they want to. That doesn't mean people are going to buy shit. They need to show their work rather than just asking for money. patches aren't necessarily more funding than sales. They line up year to year, so it looks like the spikes on the chart. They don't line up year to year because patches aren't released on a regular basis. Patches are released incrementally. There's only been 2 patches this year, and the only 2 times we have a spike in funding that goes above the average of previous year coincides with those releases, because the release of 3.24 wasn't coinciding with a patch or coinciding with the major sales. It was coinciding with just the release of the Atlas, and it still shot funding way up. $510 was the release. Oh fuck yeah! You actually see that here. So this is 510. This is the day it releases. Look at that spike. Nothing to boom over the course of a couple days. You said the money machine is hype based, and you're saying that, but you're implying that the hype is pure hype, that it's not manifesting in anything, which is my problem with that analysis. Because hype is ephemeral. It's not real. It's just you feel excited. This isn't just feeling excited. This is people are playing the game again. That's what happens. Yeah, try because this prior year they have to catch up, which is important benchmark. If you want to look raw end to end, we can see that here too. So, in April of 2024, they made $5 million. In May, when they released the patch, they made $25 million. One patch made them $25 million. June is when you actually have, oh no, end of May is when you have this. So this patch combined with the sale made them this much money. October 2023, they made $15 million. The year before that, they made $8 million. But the month before that, in September, they made $5 million. They made $7 million in the September of this year. The higher jumps are when they release patches. How often are big patches without a new ship? None. They always do have. They have ships. Summit 1G played all of May. This year? Or was that last year? F8 was offered in October of 2023. It was this year. Yeah. So that's also another point, is exposure. But would Summit 1G have played Star Citizen if there wasn't a new patch coming out? Yeah, but he wouldn't have just done that because of nothing. Fanboy, do you have a source for that? I'm serious on this one, dude. Do you have a source that CIG paid Summit 1G? Because what you're just implying is Summit 1G is committing tax fraud. Probably. Okay. So you have no source. Because as a creator, if I'm being paid to promote a product and I don't disclose that I'm being paid to promote a product, I am going to get in a lot of fucking trouble with the federal government. Cool, Luna, you're wrong. That's all I'm going to say. You made a vague statement, not a statement of fact. And I showed you the numbers, and then you tried to back it up again. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'm not here to argue with people on the internet. If you don't want to watch me, if you think I'm wrong, then you can go find some other stream. It's been a week. Don't test me at this point. Yeah, but that's what we'll do today. The Federal Trade Commission, I think it's the FTC. It's not the SEC. Yeah, the FTC has some very specific rules that they have outlined for content creators being sponsored to do content. And you can be fined for the said things. I have a friend who is paid to stream a couple, and she's always at some point states it's a paid stream. Because people don't actually know the rules. They assume they know the rules. Yeah, they regularly fine people for it. They have done it in the past. Yeah, you have to put ad in there. There's like some significant laws in that. Whenever somebody says CIG paid someone to stream the game, I'm like, cool. Why are you leveling serious legal accusations at a content creator? Because that's dumb. They used to not put sponsored stream in the title, and they got fucking in trouble for it. Big thing for a lot of those toy YouTubers aimed at kids. Yeah. There's an entire section. You can't see the YouTube backend, but when you stream from YouTube, you actually have to click a box. And in YouTube and Twitch as well, there's a box you have to say that this stream contains paid content. So yeah. Well, now that my blood's all nice and hot, I'm going to call it a night. Thank you for hanging out with us, y'all. I'm going to be a little bit more testy than usual, and just letting you know I'm going to be swinging the ban hammer a lot more too. So take it easy for this next month or so. Yeah. I'm going to go to bed. I'll be back tomorrow with Loken, possibly. And I'm going to you haven't caught on sleep yet? Nope. And yeah, I've got to do a lore video at some point that's going to be releasing soon. I probably do a little bit of it tomorrow, but we'll see. But yeah, thank you for hanging out with us. Thank you for watching. And like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black. I was just asking if it would have to be needed to be declared each stream. You have to have it in your title, basically. But yeah. See y'all.